Welcome to this edition of the 2017 NBA Draft Special on YouTube, presented by Draft Utopia. You can go up, if you want a ticket to War for the Planet of the Apes, you can get one through that Red Robin ad, but let's focus on tonight's NBA Draft on Draft Utopia. And you look at the 2017 NBA Draft class, that we're going to go through all 60 picks in our mock draft within 1 hour, and we'll start with the obvious. Markelle Fultz to the Philadelphia 76ers at 1. This is a team that traded their third overall pick. This is a player that averaged 23.2 points per game, 6'4", 195. I think that's a slam dunk pick for Philadelphia at number 1. Number 2, the Los Angeles Lakers. This is a pick that they could have used to move down for Mozgov. Fultz is going to the 76ers at 1. They worked out Lonzo Ball, Josh Jackson, De'Aaron Fox. They traded D'Angelo Russell for Timothy Mozgov for Brook Lopez and the 27th pick in the draft. So they are probably going to go Lonzo Ball now. I think that is a given at this point. 6'6", 190, averaged 14.6 per game. Also averaged 6 rebounds per game. Averaged 7.6 assists per game. Very good tape-wise. Has green on all areas of his shooting chart. Fultz is a pretty good shooting chart, but there is one area of his shooting chart where he's red, where he's absolutely cold. Green is good and red is bad, whereas blue would be ice cold, red is hot as fire. But in these draft charts, green is money, red is code red. This guy's a terrible shooter from this area. Fultz has one area that's a red area, but Lonzo Ball all green. So Lonzo Ball is flawless in that regard. I think it's just the distraction with his dad. That is why people are afraid of drafting him. And this guy reminds me of Steph Curry. The other thing to consider here is Brandon Ingram is a full year younger than Jackson. So the Lakers, they get Ball here. I do want to read all my write-ups in depth, but there's 60 picks, and I only have a minute to get through each pick. Celtics, Jason Tatum. You're going to have to choose between Josh Jackson and Jason Tatum at number 3. The Celtics worked out Tatum. They offered Jackson the chance to work out with the team, but he flaked to go to his second workout. That is why I think the pick here is Jason Tatum. He makes a lot of sense for the Celtics, and unless a trade happens involving Porzingis, we have the grade up for Tatum going to the Celtics at 3. Number 4, the Phoenix Suns, Josh Jackson. You get a small forward here. Josh Jackson, the number 2 player on my board behind Markelle Fultz. He makes complete sense for the Suns at 4. I posted a grade for Josh Jackson on the NBA draft results page. 6'8", 207, Josh Jackson averages 16.3 points per game, which is more than the 14.6 Ball averaged. Suns need somebody like Jackson to complement Eric Bledsoe, Devin Booker, who can dominate at point guard, shooting guard. You have Braden Knight for depth. You have to get a forward here at number 4 if you're Phoenix. You absolutely have to. It is paramount. It is mandatory. This is a guy that had a .513 field goal percentage, .378 three-point percentage, .566 free throw percentage. Jackson was going to be my top pick back in June when examining the initial 2017 NBA mock draft. I still believe he's the best player in this draft after Fultz. Number 5, De'Aaron Fox out of Kentucky. The Kings are losing Collison to free agency, and Rudy Gay opted out of his contract. So the Kings could go with Jonathan Isaac over De'Aaron Fox at 5, but I think they would take Fox because there were rumors about them wanting to trade up for Fox. I buy it. I mean, this is a guy that averaged 16.7 points per game, 4 rebounds per game, 4.6 assists per game, .479 field goal percentage, .736 from free throw percentage. His three-point shot at .246, that three-point percentage is pretty terrible, but if you can look past that, and he might get a good player. I mean, this guy has one of the worst shooting charts I've seen from a prospect in years, and that alarms me to an extent, but at the same time, he is a very good defender. You want to see him add more muscle, but at the same time, this is a player who, in the right system, like Sacramento, Orlando, might end up doing very well. But if he goes to a team like the Lakers or the Suns, he is destined to fail. I think the Lakers have to take Lonzo Ball at 2. But enough about Ball. Let's move on to the next point guard in our mock draft. Number 6, the Orlando Magic, Dennis Smith Jr. Neither Elfrid Payton or DJ Augustin is playing like a starting point guard. The 6'3", 195-pound Dennis Smith Jr. would be the perfect replacement. The Magic loves Dennis Smith Jr. Orlando brought him in for 3 private workouts. They even trolled the Celtics about getting him before a trade. From what I've heard, maybe they won't take him. Maybe they'll go with someone else. But from what I've heard, the Magic love Dennis Smith Jr. Number 7, Minnesota Timberwolves, Lauri Markkanen, power forward, Arizona. The Minnesota Timberwolves are 1 power forward away from being a competitive team. Markkanen fills a position of need for Minnesota at 7 and is the best player on the board. Minnesota is also high on Gonzaga power forward Zach Collins, as well as Wake Forest power forward John Collins. 7 foot 230-pound Lauri Markkanen is a guy on Arizona you can make a case for here. Markkanen averaged 15.6 points per game, 7.2 rebounds per game, 0.9 assists per game, a .492 field goal percentage, a .423 three-point percentage, an .835 free throw percentage. Markkanen is the missing piece for the Timberwolves. Markkanen has long-range ability in his shooting chart that compares very similarly to Dirk Nowitzki from an offensive standpoint. At the same time, Markkanen is raw defensively. But you put him next to a veteran, a natural-born defender like Karl Anthony Towns, maybe he can develop that. I know Tom Thibodeau is a defensive-minded head coach as well. So Markkanen, the mindset will be, this guy's a awesome three-point shooter at power forward. We just need to develop him defensively. I think with the coaching there, and I think with Towns, they can get the best out of Markkanen. This is a good pick at number 7. Number 8, the New York Knicks. They may get another pick if they trade Kristaps Porzingis and manage to defecate on my mock draft within the hour. But that has not happened yet. I do not think it's going to happen. Number 8, the New York Knicks, Frank Ntilikina. I would think he would be the obvious pick at this point. And he is from France, so Frank Ntilikina. You mean New York is losing Derrick Rose, Brandon Jennings to free agency, and the Strasburg point guard just makes total sense for the Knicks here at number 8. Number 9, the Dallas Mavericks. We gave them Malik Monk. Knicks, Strasburg, he makes sense. The Knicks love taking international players. Frank Ntilikina. Ntilikina does not average double-digit points per game, but his shooting chart is much better than De'Aaron Fox. He's also a good defender like Fox, which is why the pick does have some logical substance behind it. Number 9, the Dallas Mavericks will get their pick up on the site. Malik Monk out of Kentucky. This is a player with the versatility to play both point guard and shooting guard. Malik Monk averaged 19.8 points per game, 2.5 rebounds per game, 2.3 assists per game, a .450 field goal percentage, a .397 three-point percentage, and an .822 free throw percentage. Malik Monk is capable of playing at point guard or shooting guard. I could see the Magic taking Monk at 6 and Malik Monk and Dennis Smith Jr. following the Mavericks. Dennis Smith Jr. is one player the Mavericks are really high on as far as draft value goes. I don't think he'll get past number 9 if he makes it past number 6. And we'll see what happens. But Malik Monk at number 9, you would think that is the best value on the board here. Number 10, Jonathan Isaac to the Sacramento Kings. I have Jonathan Isaac to the Kings because I feel like they're going to take a small forward with their second pick. Jonathan Isaac could go as early as 5, but I also feel like he could fall to 10, fall to Sacramento's lap. The question is, what do they think they can get? Do they think they can get another point guard at 10 if they pass on Fox at 5? I think they are more likely to get another small forward, or they could get a power forward if they wanted a big, and if they wanted to put someone else up, because they have Willie Cauley-Stein and Skal Labissiere. They have those two players to anchor the backcourt. They have those two front court role players in Sacramento. So I would think that they're going to get a small forward. If Rudy Gay's opting out of his contract, they're going to draft for need, get his replacement. I would think that would be the ideal situation. Number 11, Justin Jackson. I have the Charlotte Hornets taking the hometown Justin Jackson out of North Carolina at number 11. Number 12, I have Donovan Mitchell out of Louisville going to the Detroit Pistons, barring a trade. That's basically the top 12 picks in this NBA mock draft. Number 13, the Denver Nuggets, Zach Collins out of Gonzaga. The Gonzaga Bulldogs power forward. Denver Nuggets are really high on him. He is a player that they could consider at number 13. Number 14, John Collins, the Wake Forest power forward. He makes sense for Miami from a team standpoint, from a business standpoint. He makes total sense for the Heat. They need a replacement for Chris Bosh long-term. John Collins is their man at 14. Number 15, to round out the top 15, the Portland Trail Blazers get TJ Leaf. And I feel like that is the top 15. That's a good top 15 to have. And based on that, we'll see what we can get here. But I'm going to get my phone for the Talk Shoe podcast at 7. I'm going to load the round 1 page, and we'll go over 16 through 30 when I get back. All right, folks, we're back to break down the next section of the mock draft, picks 16 through 30 in our NBA mock draft here. Chicago Bulls got Jawan Evans, the Oklahoma State point guard. I went with him in that situation because I felt like from a fit standpoint, the Bulls are going to get a point guard unless they trade up in the draft and move Jimmy Butler. So that's why I went with Evans at this pick. Since we are a few minutes ahead of schedule, I am going to try to load the picks so people can see the comprehensive write-ups. They can see what we're doing in depth. They can see all of that. Jarrett Allen out of Texas, I believe, is who I gave the Bucks at 17. Yep, Jarrett Allen, 6'11", 235. Allen's versatile enough to play power forward or center. Averaged 13.8 points per game, 8.4 rebounds per game. He's perfect to be used in a depth role. He needs to improve defensively, but the talent, the size, the natural body of a power forward is there with Jarrett Allen. Number 18, the Indiana Pacers, Luke Kennard out of Duke. This is arguably the best shooter in the draft as far as the shooting charts and the sabermetrics go. This is the best player in the draft after Lonzo Ball as far as shooting goes. The flaws with Luke Kennard, he's a terrible defender. He has really short arms. Those are the concerns with Kennard, and those are not things he'll be able to fix in the NBA level. That may limit his ceiling, kind of like how Jimmer Fredette was coming out of BYU. And that's the thing with Kennard. that really limits what he can do. The Atlanta Hawks at number 19, they took Justin Patton, the Creighton center. Another center, Bam Bayo, going to Portland at 20, 6'10", 260 average, 13 points per game, 8 rebounds per game, 0.8 assists per game, a .599 field goal percentage, a .653 free throw percentage. The one-year starter did not take a single shot from long range, and he relies heavily on his short-range ability, but he's an excellent defender to make up for that, which is why he finally cracked my top 20. I had a second-round grade on this guy throughout most of the process because I wasn't too overly impressed with his tape, but you look at the size, you look at the body, natural first-round talent. Number 21, the Oklahoma City Thunder. This Ivan Rabb out of California. This is a guy I had a top 10 grade on at this point last year, but he ended up returning to school. Number 22, Terrence Ferguson. Brooklyn Nets need a shooting guard, a small forward, and a power forward. Ferguson is the top player on my board at 22 in my mind, so I'll keep him here after previously mocking him to Washington. I also considered OG Anunoby here at 22. With Terrence Ferguson from the ADL 36ers. And then the Toronto Raptors pick at 23. They go with another international player. And we'll get Isaiah Hartenstein out of Zalgiris. This is a guy who has the size at power forward, a natural fit for what they want to do in Toronto. And at 23, that is an ideal pick, a good fit in terms of team fit. But yes, that is a natural fit there. And the Brooklyn Nets are one of these teams that needs help everywhere outside of point guard. They even need center help now, so they could even look at possibly getting a center. Again, there's a lot of possibilities. Brook Lopez no longer on the Nets. I think it's just take the best player that's not a point guard on your board. I think that's a pretty simple draft strategy. They're not going to have their first-round pick in 2017 or 2018. I think the earliest they get a lottery pick is 2019. So the Brooklyn Nets are going to remain one of these teams that's sort of a wild card or sort of an unknown to that extent. Whoops, we're moving a little bit ahead. Don't look. I don't want Ivan Rabb, Terrence Ferguson. I want to be at a certain point in the draft. I want to be at picks 23 and picks 24. There's the guy from Zalgiris, and then there's Albert Peters from the Utah Jazz, I believe. Isaiah Hartenstein out of Zalgiris makes sense for Toronto at 23. But yes, it's 618. This is the same problem we had during the MLB draft. It was just the computer was really slow, but we're getting through the picks faster. We were able to actually read through some of the picks. Like the first 6, 7 picks, we were actually able to read through those before this lagging started. But Isaiah Hartenstein, we got to go up to the Jazz pick. We don't want to move up completely, but we need to 25. You've seen 25. Alec Peters out of Valparaiso. This is a guy that is an upgrade over Derek Favors, 6'9", 225, average 23 points per game, 10.1 rebounds in 2016. Peters seems like someone the Jazz would spend a first-round pick on. Number 25, the Orlando Magic, Semi Ojeleye, small forward, SMU. The Orlando Magic got Evan Fournier at shooting guard despite the loss of Victor Oladipo. I think getting a small forward who can hit the three will be priority here. Semi Ojeleye began at his career at Duke. He transferred to SMU, 6'7", 235, 19 points per game, 6.9 rebounds per game, 1.5 assists per game, a .487 field goal percentage, a .424 three-point percentage, a .785 free throw percentage for the SMU Southern Methodist University Mustangs. And Larry Brown is at SMU now, so he was coached under Larry Brown. Number 26, Dylan Brooks. And with Ojeleye, going back to Ojeleye really quickly, he defends well too. So number 26, Portland, Dylan Brooks, 6'7", 225. Dylan Brooks was huge for Oregon the last 2 years. A local kid, an in-state player for Portland. He gives you 16 points per game, has leadership. Portland needs leadership when they get to the playoffs. That's why Damian Lillard hasn't been able to get out of the first round since losing. Well, they actually did get to the second round when Golden State won the Western Conference last year, 2016, before losing to the Cavs. So, but Dylan Brooks is a complementary player to what Portland has with Evan Turner and the other small forward that's pretty good. Number 27, the Lakers again. Lakers have back-to-back picks here. They go Josh Hart. They get that shooting guard for depth behind Jordan Clarkson. They can wait until 2018 for a small forward. They can get 2 power forwards. Because remember, the Lakers have Julius Randle and Robert Nance Jr., that guy out of Wyoming they spent a first-round pick on 2 years ago. They have 2 power forwards. They could get a small forward in 2018. They got Brook Lopez in the trade, and they got a second-round pick that was a first-round prospect at last year's draft, international center. So you look at the Lakers, they're pretty deep at most positions. They can afford to take the best player on the board and ignore need at 28. I got Josh Hart going here, and he makes total sense for the Lakers. 18.7 points per game, a key piece during Villanova's 2016 championship run. And then we'll go back to the Lakers. Tyler Lydon kind of reminds me of head coach Luke Walton, who used to play small forward in a backup role on the Lakers. He'd be a good role player behind Brandon Ingram at 6'10", 205 pounds. He's versatile enough. He needs to do a better job at avoiding turnovers. But you use him in a depth role, a role that Luke Walton played when he was a player on the Lakers before becoming their head coach. Perfect fit as far as scheme, as far as depth, as far as being utilized correctly. I love that fit for Tyler Lydon to the Lakers. Number 29, Derek White, shooting guard, Colorado. 6'5", 200-pound Derek White averaged 18.3 points per game, 4.1 rebounds per game, 4.4 assists per game, a .507 field goal percentage, a .399 three-point percentage, and an .813 free throw percentage for the Colorado Buffaloes. He's versatile enough to play point guard or shooting guard, plus he defends well, making him a great fit for the Spurs as a successor to either Tony Parker at the 1 or Manu Ginobili at the 2. He may do well enough to sneak into the late first round, and he is a great fit for the Spurs. Popovich wants offensive guys that can defend well. That is his thing. Derek White fits that category. He's versatile. He can do multiple things. He is a perfect fit for what the Spurs want to do at number 29. Number 30, the Utah Jazz. They wrap up this first round with Rodions Kuruskis out of FC Barcelona at small forward. He seems like a player the Jazz would want to take here at number 30. He's the top player on the board. And with that being said, we will officially go to round 2. I may end up coming back to get a water, but I'll do that after the mock draft. And after we go through picks 31 through 60. Number 31, the Charlotte Hornets, Harry Giles out of Duke. Giles was a top 5 pick at the beginning of the year. He slipped to round 2. Made sense to take him there. Number 32, Phoenix Suns, Caleb Swanigan, Purdue. Suns get their power forward here. 6'9", 250-pound Caleb Swanigan is the pick. He makes sense here. Jason Tatum. I gave the Suns Josh Jackson, so excuse me while I edit that. I'm going to edit that right now because I do have the page loaded. So we'll edit that. We're ahead of schedule, so I was proofreading that. I didn't even see that he compliments Josh Jackson well. So we'll fix that really quickly. We're ahead of schedule because our goal was to go through each pick in a minute, but it's 6:24 and we're on pick 32. So we could go on an 8-minute rant about a player if we wanted to. That's how far ahead we are right now that we could go on a rant. But we're trying to keep it straightforward, get to the point, move on, next pick. And the Magic, Tyler Dorsey at 33 with the Lakers pick. The Magic are looking at a shooting guard for depth in this draft. One of the guys they like, for what I've heard, is Tyler Dorsey at Oregon. So instead of taking a shooting guard like Malik Monk at 6, I sort of expect them to wait until 33, get that backup, and get Tyler Dorsey here. Number 34, the Sacramento Kings, DJ Wilson, the power forward out of Michigan, just makes a lot of sense for what some of these teams want to do here. Ike Onigbogu, UCLA center, considered a top 15 pick by some. He has second-round tape. I have him dropping 20 spots from his projected draft position. Orlando has looked at Ike Onigbogu. He might be an option at 33 or 25. 36, OG Anunoby, the Indiana small forward. I initially had this guy going to the Orlando Magic at 25. I moved him out of the first round, though, because you look at Anunoby, he's coming off a season-ending injury. You'd like to see him get bigger, stronger, defend better. Those questions knocked him down in the second round when you consider that there are good defenders that you can find in the late first, early second round that have that premium value. Number 37, Boston Celtics, Jordan Bell, power forward, Oregon. Chicago Bulls get Matthias Lazort, the power forward out of Nanterre. And we're gonna keep scrolling back into the mock draft here because we are at like pick 38. It's 6:26. We're ahead of schedule. We're way ahead of schedule. Like, we should have no problem finishing this before 7 at the rate we're going. And 39, Damian Dotson out of Houston. This is a guy that he's good. Damian Dotson is a good shooting guard for Philadelphia to take here at 39. I had him going to the Utah Jazz, but I changed that pick. So I'm going to go into my code here, right, so we can get on with this because we're on pick 39. We've still got 21 picks, and we've got over a half an hour to get through those picks. So I'm not really worried at all. The Pelicans, they got TJ Dozier here. At number 40, the Pelicans, they got TJ Dozier. Atlanta Hawks at 41, Kyle Kuzma, the Utah guard. He just made Utah power forward. He makes sense as a potential replacement to Paul Millsap down the road. And that's a player that I could see them taking. Dwayne Bacon out of Florida State. I have him going to the Utah Jazz at number 42. So Dwayne Bacon going to the Utah Jazz at number 42. And we're about halfway through this mock draft. I mean, at this point, with how laggy or how slow things have been, we sort of do have the luxury to read through the mock draft here. Might just read through my source code. Try to load the picks. Nigel Williams-Goss went to the Houston Rockets at 43. Thomas Bryant went to the Knicks at 44. And Nigel William Goss, Gonzaga point guard Nigel William Goss, 6'5", 195, 18.6 points per game, 6 rebounds per game, 4.7 assists per game, a 486 field goal percentage, a 368 three-point percentage, and an 867 free throw percentage. He is good. And then you've got Thomas Bryant out of Indiana going to the Knicks with the Bulls pick in the second round. That is pick 44. Number 45, the Houston Rockets, Jonathan Jean out of Nancy. 7'2", 210-pound center, 13.7 points per game, 9.7 rebounds per game. I had both Nigel Williams Goss and Jonathan Jean at 26 and 28 before the Lakers trade with the Brooklyn Nets, where they got Brook Lopez. So the Rockets get 2 guys I previously had a first-round grade on at number 43 and at number 45. I think that's huge for the Rockets anyway. And it's cool that we're making some progress here. We are about 15 picks left into this mock draft before we get to the before we finish the second round. So number 46, the Philadelphia 76ers, Cameron Olivier, power forward from Nevada. This is a guy that I think is very good defensively, extremely underrated tape-wise, and a good fit in a depth role for the Philadelphia 76ers at 46. I don't want to just fast forward to the Sixers' next pick. I mean, Nigel Hayes out of Wisconsin. He went to the Bucks at 48 after we mocked Jonathan Jean at 47. I will double-check something, though. Tony Bradley, the Nuggets, at 49. I've heard they had a first-round grade on him. Andjes Paznakis out of Grand Carnia, going to the Philadelphia 76ers at number 50. But yeah, you look at this second round, Bradley, Andjes Paznakis out of Grand Carnia. Eric Mika, the BYU center, he's a good depth player at 53 here. Okay, this thing is skipping way too far ahead. I do not approve of this. I do not approve of this drafting, skipping this many picks ahead. I know I'm rushing things. I know that. I'm completely aware of that. But at the same time, I don't like it when this is not. We don't want the comments page. We want to scroll up. Up. I hate when it does this. I hate when it lags like this. I'm trying to keep my emotions in check here, but it really does frustrate me when it lags like this. I might just go back into the source code and reread stuff if the mock draft is just going to be an a-hole like that. No, no, I don't want to go to the damn. No, no. No hockey. What the fuck? Okay, the NBA mock draft thing is being an asshole. And now I have to reload the code. It's like, reload the round 2 page. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I don't have time for this. Reload now. That is in order. You're going to reload now. I've got 25 minutes to break down these remaining picks. I have time, but I want the source code so I can just copy and paste it whenever the picks come in, come 7 p.m. I'm getting that. I'm getting that code, and I'm getting it right now. I don't care if my GoDaddy server isn't responsive. I just want the visuals to be there. I don't know how many times I cannot emphasize this. And I just want to finish the mock draft. It's not that difficult. Just give me what I want and we'll be good. Yeah, because the thing just types some random bullshit into the script. And I'm not going to have that. I'm not going to have that. When we're this close to the draft, I'm not going to have that. I don't care if the page is responsive, GoDaddy. I don't think I've mentioned that how many times. Okay, I don't care if the web is... If you have a desktop computer, you can follow along, and if you have a mobile device, you can just zoom in or zoom out. You zoom out and you see all the content you'd see on a normal desktop. That's all you have to do. Google says we're not mobile friendly, but that is complete slander on their part. That is complete slander on their part. Damn it. This thing's not loading. It's pissing me off. I've got another idea. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we're going to try. We're going to try just replacing the 1 with a 2 for the page, and we're going to try loading it this way. But yeah, I don't know if this is actually going to work. Like this, where I just typed in the server or whatever, where I just typed in this, where I just copied and pasted the source code for my web server and then just replaced the 1 with a 2. But that does work. That is a very simple glitch, and in future instances, whenever I'm doing a draft special and I accidentally type something in the draft page, all I have to do is copy and paste the draft page. And then we're good. So Tony Bradley, Panekis went to 50. I'm Wiley. Cameron Olivier. So John 46. 47. Oh, okay. Amazing. You don't do that to somebody who's better than you. The Pacers at 47, Jake Wiley. The Bucks at 48, Nigel Hayes. The 76ers at 49, Anzes Pasnekis out of Grand Carnia. I know some have a first-round grade on him. Number 50. No, wait. Denver Nuggets went Tony Bradley at 49. The Grand Carnia Center went at number 50. Number 51, Frank Jackson, Duke point guard. Some have him in round 1. I think he's a round 2 player. Devin Robinson to the Wizards at 52 out of Florida. He rounds out that starting 5. We talked about Eric Mika already. Phoenix Suns, Kennedy Meeks at 54. Now my sleeper at number 55, TJ Williams, point guard, Northeastern. This is a guy who's 98 on Draft Express, but I don't consider Draft Express a legit site because they think the Suns are going to take a point guard. And there's no way the Suns are going to draft a point guard unless they trade Eric Bledsoe tonight. It's like, if you think the Suns are going to take a point guard, you're a bleeping idiot. Chad Ford, the guy who does mock drafts for Draft Express, you're both idiots because you think the Suns are taking a point guard in the draft. You're allowed to express your opinions. You're allowed to have an opinion. I'm just saying your opinion is not a logical opinion unless they trade Bledsoe. That's all. It doesn't make any sense. Sindarius Thornwell out of South Carolina to 56 to the Celtics. The Brooklyn Nets, Isaiah Hicks out of North Carolina. Brooklyn, the Knicks at 58, Jaron Blossomgate. Small forward Clemson. 59, the Spurs, Frank Mason out of Kansas. And wrapping up this mock draft, LJ Peak out of Georgetown. That is all 60 picks, and we managed to cover that in 40 minutes. So we've got an additional 20 minutes on top of the time we had. So I'm going to see if some friends of mine are watching the NBA draft. Going to network with some people. I'm not going to call into my podcast for another 20 minutes, but so yeah. I've got 19 minutes until the draft starts. I think I will put it on ESPN. I could send an invite now. I'm guessing you'll just relax and watch the draft at home as a casual fan, and that's cool if that's the case. I'm just seeing if anyone else. Wait, you're streaming it? Joey's also streaming it as well? I'm confused here. Zach Collins out of Gonzaga. That's cool that Joey's streaming the draft, but I'm going to start sending out invites to our not Google Hangout. I'm actually going to get some stuff. It's funny because we found this meme on Google Images today. It said, you know those memes where you know that meme where it says you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about? We found Michael Jordan as the guy, and then LeVar Ball is the guy not to worry about. Lonzo Ball's dad. That's why I just got such a kick out of it. But yeah. The successful guy versus the loudmouth failure. Trying to live vicariously through his children. Successful guy wins. Michael Jordan wins in this situation. I just think it's funny. I think that is really humorous. A really fresh take here. I'm going to put the draft on ESPN. I might be back in a few minutes. I don't know what the status is going to be. But yes, the NBA draft is going to be on in 15 minutes. I'll be back at 7. But yeah. All right, so I'm going to take that as a no unless Tony replies. Because this draft is just interesting, though. You look at Josh Jackson, they're interviewing a lot of people. I just thought this was funny. It's like Michael Jordan is the most successful player in NBA history. And the absolute fact that Lonzo Ball, of all people, LeVar Ball's father, I said Lonzo Ball, LeVar Ball's father, if there was ever a backfire among backfires, this would be it. But yes, this is just great. I mean, you've got Michael Jordan versus LeVar Ball, the father of Lonzo Ball, and you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. It is just so freaking funny. We're on Google Plus right now for the next 11 minutes until we get the actual draft page updated here. And yeah, I can send emails to people if they're doing a draft stream, because I am going to be on TalkShoe within the next 10 minutes. And this NBA draft is tonight. And they're basically using the his and hers set to talk about the NBA draft, SC6. And they've renamed SportsCenter SC6. And I just don't like the changes they've made in terms of how they've made these changes. But Adam Silver getting a photo of the rookie class. And we'll see what we can do here. Only way I'll be pissed as a Lakers fan is if we take Fox. It's just this draft is going to be in 9 minutes on TalkShoe. We will still be on this network. But yeah. All right. But it's 6:55. We are 5 minutes away from the NBA draft. I'm going to message Ryan now to see if he wants to join me on the call. But yes, this NBA draft looks yeah, I'll be on Talk Shoe within the next 2 minutes. Yeah, it's still 7 o'clock. We have not gone live on TalkShoe yet. I'm actually waiting until Adam Silver announces that the draft is underway so I can get the maximum amount of minutes possible. And on that note, I actually am going to go live now so that I'm basically waiting until Adam Silver actually says the draft is underway. Because we have the grades, the write-ups for the first 5 picks up. And you know what? We'll call it now. 701 at this rate. So if we get to 702. Welcome to this edition of Draft Utopia, episode 325, the 2017 NBA Draft Special. I am Chris Ransom, and Ryan Romero, Tracy Porter, they may call in later tonight. I don't know. Joey's watching the draft through a live stream, and we'll try to answer your questions throughout the night, but the Philadelphia 76ers are on the clock here. And the Philadelphia 76ers, they're on the clock. The 76ers, they have the #1 pick. They made the trade with Boston. And yeah, but you look at the Philadelphia 76ers, they are officially on the clock. They're not going to announce it until 7:06 or 7:07 because that's how all these sports, they drag out the draft. And we basically have to waste 5 minutes, but we do have draft grades up for every team in the top 5. And we will actually go in and edit some of the NBA draft grade write-ups right now. There you've got Lonzo Ball, LeVar Ball. Again, the media is overplaying this story to such a huge, extensive degree here. And but yes, we have this draft opening up with 5 different A+ grades. Philadelphia 76ers, they do have the #1 pick in the draft. Nobody's really on the clock yet. Oh, are you kidding me, NBA? So the NBA draft does not start until 7:30. And we're stuck here on TalkShoe for another 30 minutes. Well, if the draft ends early because of this, I'm going to be kind of really, really upset if our TalkShoe call ends at midnight because of this. I'm just going to be really, really... So the NBA draft isn't starting until 7:30. I thought the NBA draft was going to start at 7 sharp. That's what I was led to believe. But for the next 24 minutes, we're just going to have to go over tweets, rumors, lots of things we're hearing. Because this is just, we know Fultz is going to go to the 76ers. We know that. But at the same time, Lonzo Ball probably going to go to the Lakers after that. So we had known that, we probably wouldn't have made so much of a difference, but the draft stream live coverage of the NBA draft will be up at 7 o'clock p.m. and 7:30 p.m. So we're on Talk Shoot. We didn't think the draft was going to start at 7:30, but it does. So we're still on the call here. We'll see what we can do, what we can get here. Let's hear what the how are the last 2 years different? So, yep, we're going to hear this Lonzo Ball storyline. Yeah, someone is on the call. Hey, Ryan, what's going on? Draft is not starting until 7:30. The NBA rickrolled us. I thought the draft was going to start at 7 sharp. It didn't start until 7:30. Yes, and I'm sure that first day at McDonald's was good. I'm sure, like, you could probably go back to McDonald's, order a cheeseburger, and still eat the entire cheeseburger before the 19 minutes and 38 seconds are up before we actually start the draft. I like Josh Jackson better than Lonzo Ball. Jackson's number 2 on my board. Ball is number 3. I won't be upset with either one of those picks. The only pick where I'd be upset is De'Aaron Fox, because De'Aaron Fox is a good defender. He can average double-digit points per game, but he has one of the worst shooting charts I've seen. Lonzo Ball's shooting chart is absolutely off the charts. And I didn't talk about this when we went through the mock drafts on Sunday, because I didn't even know about the shooting charts until after the Monday special on the Evolution Network. And I don't know why we're Draft-Utopia's dignifying LeVar Ball, the father of Lonzo Ball, but he's saying something outrageous on ESPN. Yep. Lonzo Ball is basically saying that Zeus and Jesus told him that Lonzo will be a Laker. LeVar Ball, the father, he told an ESPN reporter that Zeus and Jesus told him that Lonzo Ball will be a Laker. So now we've got Lonzo Ball's father making inappropriate Bible references here at the NBA draft. Or they could trade him to the Pacers for Paul George, or the Bulls for Jimmy Butler. And then LeVar Ball would start comparing his kid to Michael Jordan, and then the Bulls fans would be like, ugh, Jesus, not this. Yes. Yeah, and it's funny. I found this really funny meme on Google that I posted it to TRC on Facebook today. That moment when she's that moment where she's comparing you to her. She says that new guy is not a threat. Those memes that they post. Found a meme with Michael Jordan and LeVar Ball, the father of Lonzo Ball, and it was great. It was great. I haven't posted NBA draft memes, but I should post that. But it's a meme on Facebook, and it's just so funny and fresh and original. So it is good stuff. The Heat 30-11 over the second half of last season, and you can tell that some of the draft talk. I thought the draft started at 7:30, not 7. So I'm just a little bit surprised that the draft wasn't going to start until 7:30. The NHL better not do this tomorrow night. And Gary Bettman's like, I think we're going to delay the draft until 7:30 with 30 minutes of Pierre McGuire. Because Pierre McGuire is absolutely the worst thing in the NHL. The worst color commentator or sideline reporter. It's like, if you wanted to torture fans, you delay the draft for 30 minutes to build up the suspense, and then have Pierre McGuire talk for 30 minutes. That's how you torture your fan base. Yeah, but it's like, we found this meme. Here it is. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Michael Jordan's the guy, and then LeVar Ball, the guy she tells you not to worry about. But she tells you not to worry about the guy she tells you not to worry about. It's LeVar Ball, and you're Michael Jordan. And it's like Joey basically said, the successful guy versus the loudmouth that is living vicariously through his children. The successful guy wins. Yeah. But it's like, I've got the draft grades up for the first round already, and 3-and-Out Radio is tuning into the chat. I think they might be the company that's streaming the podcast on TalkShoe, but if they're not, 3-and-Out Radio, I think they were one of the they have a TalkShoe account. They were in the chat room. They left the chat room, though, but the NBA draft has not started yet. I do have some projected grades up. I can read through them, but I think we're going to wait until 7:30 to read the Sixers grade, because I do have grades posted for each of the top 5 picks that I believe will take place barring trades. I feel like I don't have a legal obligation to leak any of these picks in advance until the actual draft starts. But I do have the picks. I mean, I feel like Markelle Fultz to the Sixers is a done thing, and that we can read that pick out loud now, even though it's not 7:30. I feel like that is a done a lot, because we have to go in, we have to rewrite the code. But we might just be able to swap Fultz and Ball to Sixers and Lakers. If the 76ers went after Lonzo Ball and he refused to practice, he'd have to say something different, or Allen Iverson could sue him for copyright infringement. He'd have to say, preparation. We're not talking about a game. We're not talking about a game. We're talking about preparation. And then ESPN would compare them. They put both of them next to each other. Yeah, Iverson 6'1", Ball 6'6", but basically the same quote. Practice, preparation, basically 2 different elements that are applied very similarly. But I have the grade up for the 76ers. I have the Markelle Fultz grade on the Google Hangout. I've got Lonzo Ball. The woman on ESPN said, a side reporter, she said the Lakers are probably looking at Ball at this pick. So well, right now the Celtics are expected to hold on to the 3rd pick and take Jason Tatum, and we have the grade up for that pick too. We have Tatum, the Celtics grade posted, Lonzo Ball to the Lakers grade posted, and Philadelphia 76ers Markelle Fultz grade posted. So if we have all the grades up ahead of time, we can read those grades out loud, break those picks down in depth. We usually break down the picks briefly, but we can break down a pick in depth if we've already got the material and what we want to say up and ready to go. We're going to wait until the 7:30 mark, and the draft is 9:54, 9:53, 9:52. So if you want to walk into the store really quickly, go ahead and do that. Take care of that now. I'm certain that we won't see any shakeup in the top 3 of the draft. And I feel pretty confident in my top 4. I think Sacramento at 5, I have a De'Aaron Fox grade up for that pick, but that's the one pick I'm the least confident about. I'm almost super confident that the top 4 in my draft grades will go exactly as we've stated, as we've scripted. So Ryan Romero, folks, he'll be back in a few minutes. He's going into the store to get something. The NBA draft, 9 minutes away, and this is interesting. Kyle Schwarber got demoted to AAA today for the Iowa Cubs in AAA. He's going to be playing for them. Also, big news is Derek Carr got his money. He got his extension, $125 million, $25 million per year. We'll talk about those things a little bit more on Sunday's show. But right now, this NBA draft, it's going to be a pretty intense draft here. And the people in the media who have sources close to the team have reported that Ball will, in fact, be the second pick. Yep. Well, I didn't break down any of the picks. We're going to break down the first two picks. I did not break down the Philadelphia pick to Markelle Fultz. But Fultz, number one player on our board, 23.2 points per game, 5.7 rebounds per game, 5.9 assists per game, a .476 field goal percentage, a .413 three-point percentage, .649 free throw percentage. Has all the tools to be the top pick with his passing, dribbling, shooting accuracy. I'm really impressed with his shooting accuracy on tape, short range, mid-range, long range. Defense is something this guy can improve on, and the right side of the three-point area, that's his weakness. That's the only red spot as far as the shooting charts go, red being code red and green being money. That's the only weakness as far as his shooting chart goes. Right side of the three-point line, can you force this guy to shoot three-pointers from the right side? No, you can't, because if you do, he's going to find someone else open, get the ball to them, get them more involved in the offense. I don't think he's the best passer in this draft, but I think he's someone who can adapt to being a pass-first type of player. And if you leave, Ben Simmons is one of those players like Lonzo Ball that is money, all green in all the areas of the shooting chart. So if you put this Fultz player in the right side of a three-point lane, you have to double-team Embiid. You have to double-team Simmons. You just can't double-team that many players. Fultz is probably going to try to pass the ball or shoot it, but a lot of the mistakes on his shooting chart came from the right side of the three-point line. That is the weakness. How do you go about exploiting that, Ryan? Because that's the one thing you can exploit with Markelle Fultz, and I'm pretty certain he's going to be the number one pick for Philadelphia. We could do a quick what-if scenario because the draft does not start for another 5 minutes. If you want to do a quick what-if scenario for what the Philadelphia 76ers won't do, but you have to give them a player not named Markelle Fultz in the what-if scenario, if you want to do that, because we've already read the grade for the Philadelphia 76ers. I'd love that. I'm not sure that'll happen, but I would love to see that scenario happen. But I know the Philadelphia 76ers fans would just lose it. Because I know Walter Cherepinski of Walter Football, his dad actually is a huge Sixers fan. So whenever they screw up in the draft, Walt's dad goes ballistic. And Walt records it and uploads it to the site and types about it in the commentary for his draft threads on his site. But that's one of the things I used to really get a kick out of before I started covering this stuff at Draftutopia myself full-time. So if that pick is not Markelle Fultz, there's going to be a lot of savagery or commotion in that household tonight once the Philadelphia 76ers are no longer on the clock. Yeah. You there, Ryan? Yeah. But, like, we'll move on to the Lonzo Ball pick now for the Lakers at number 2. I gave the Philadelphia 76ers an A+ grade for Fultz because he is number 1 on my board. I don't think they can go wrong there. I'm going to give the Lakers an A-plus grade regardless of whether they go with Jackson or Ball. If they take De'Aaron Fox here at number 2, that's probably going to get a B grade or a C grade, depending. Because I like Dennis Smith Jr. better than De'Aaron Fox. But Fox is a better defender, and that can matter. So you can argue that because Dennis Smith's not a natural defender like Fox, that Fox is the better pick. And so I'm either going to go A+, or B if they go De'Aaron Fox and Tracy ends up being right. I also made a prop bet for fun with you and Tracy. It said if the Lakers take De'Aaron Fox at 2 and shock people, that you guys can actually produce an episode of Draft Utopia in the fall. And I will honor that bet if the Lakers surprise everyone here and take De'Aaron Fox at 2. Yeah, because I'm that confident they'll take Ball or Jackson. Maybe. Kristaps Porzingis looks like that Russian guy from the Rocky IV movie. Have you ever noticed that? Yeah, with the Russian cyborg guy. I never noticed that until Porzingis until right about now. Yep. And Reese Davis taking a triangle of New York newspapers and merging them together like the triangle offense Phil Jackson invented. Yeah, I can agree to that because I know hockey in the 70s, the triangle was actually invented in hockey in the 70s, but Phil Jackson used the template and applied it to basketball, and it worked in the 80s. It worked in the 90s. Teams are figuring it out now, and that's a thing with the 76ers. We'll get to the Lonzo Ball pick. I have an A-plus grade on that as well, and with the Lakers, Fultz is going to the 76ers at 1. The Lakers have worked out Lonzo Ball, Josh Jackson, De'Aaron Fox multiple times. The Lakers moving D'Angelo Russell and Mozgov for Brook Lopez, the 27th pick. The overwhelming favorite to go second overall is Lonzo Ball here at number 2. Okay. The draft's about to start, though, but okay. We'll have you back on the call in a few minutes. But this is the thing with the Lakers. They are probably taking Lonzo Ball at number 2. 6'6", 190. You need a point guard. D'Angelo Russell is gone. Lonzo Ball averaged 14.6 points per game, 6 rebounds a game, 7.6 assists a game, a .551 field goal percentage, a .412 three-point percentage, and a .673 free throw percentage. Lonzo Ball reminds me so much of Steph Curry that is scary. The passing, the shooting accuracy, the short range, mid-range, long range. He defends well. Third best player in the entire draft behind Fultz and Jackson. His shooting chart is green in every category. The other reason why I don't think they'll go Josh Jackson is Brandon Ingram is a full year younger than Josh Jackson. I think Jackson's a much better player than Ingram, but he's also a full year younger. And Jackson had a great first workout. Lonzo Ball had a bad first workout. Lonzo Ball dominated his second workout, whereas Jackson had a horrible second workout. And Fox was average in both workouts. The Lakers actually liked Dennis Smith Jr.'s workout too, but they didn't give him a second workout. So, because I think they knew at that point they wanted either Ball or Fox. So, but they were impressed with Dennis Smith Jr.'s workout. So, you look at the Lakers, you look at Lonzo Ball. The other reason this pick gets an A-plus grade, Lonzo Ball has been green every area of his shooting chart. That skill should translate well to the NBA, along with his passing, court vision, quality defense, extremely high basketball IQ. I know his dad, LeVar Ball, can get annoying, but this is the right pick for the Lakers long term. If the plan is to get a guy like Paul George or LeBron James to play with Lonzo Ball, you have to take Lonzo Ball at 2. And after this pick, the Lakers starting 5 will be Lonzo Ball at point guard, Clarkson at shooting guard, Brandon Ingram at small forward, Julius Randle at power forward, and Brook Lopez at center. Not only does Los Angeles have a good starting 5, they also have 2 more first-round picks to build on that. So there are different scenarios the Lakers can play out, and we've opened this draft up with 2 A+ grades for Fultz and Ball, and this is going to be an interesting scenario here with Fultz and Ball. The Celtics have already stated from sources within the media that they're probably not going to trade the pick. Potential late-night workout with Jax between Boston and Jackson. Interesting. Okay. I have Jason Tatum going to the Celtics at 3, but there may be a potential late-night workout between the Celtics and Josh Jackson. Joey has just messaged me that the Celtics are going to try to make a late-night workout with Josh Jackson. So I really want the Celtics to take Tatum because he's a better player. The coaches like him better in the workout, from what I've heard, and I just want Randy to be wrong because Joey wants Tatum too. So it all works out if the Celtics take Tatum. And I think they are going to take Tatum at 3. But Joey might be trying to send a smoke screen last minute with these Josh Jackson reports to the Celtics, which Randy's been telling us for months. But it's like, I didn't like how he handled the situation with acting like covering the team makes you better than certain people. But we'll focus on the Lakers and the Celtics. Celtics at 3. I think they'll go Tatum at 3. I'd be surprised if they went Jackson because Josh Jackson basically told the Celtics to eat a fat one over the phone, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. So if that's the case, they're going to take Tatum at 3. But it's interesting because I'm not sure I want to read the grade for the Celtics pick yet. We've read in-depth grade for Ball and Fultz. We gave them both A+ grades. I'm not sure I want to leak the Tatum grade yet because I didn't notice that when I watched his tape. I think he is a better fit for the Celtics because I see him as a player that can play the 3 or the 4. And it's going to be an interesting NBA draft. The NBA draft finally underway. Adam Silver stepping to the podium. 10 years ago, people cheered for Adam Silver at the NBA draft because David Stern was gone. And people were like, Silver, Silver, Silver. Then he became the commissioner, like Kern pointed out, and then commissioners get so much more heat. But it's true, though. People cheered for Adam Silver 10 years ago when the Greg Oden, Kevin Durant draft took place. Yeah, but they cheered for Silver back in the day. But when Stern was the commissioner, I thought Curry was pick number 9. Was he pick 7? I thought he was picked at 9, but Silver said he was picked at 7, so I'll give Silver the benefit of the doubt for now. I actually had him and Ricky Rubio at 2 and 3. Because yeah, I thought Rubio was going to be picked higher, but I also thought Curry had more upside. And he didn't just have more upside, he had way more upside than we'll look up Johnny Flynn, but the Philadelphia 76ers are now on the clock here. They're showing a banner indicating he's on the clock. Markelle Fultz, we do expect him to be the pick at number 3 here. And yeah, we've already read the Markelle Fultz grade write-up on the 76ers had 18 more wins than last year. And remember, the MLB draft, you get 4 minutes to make your first-round pick. With the NBA draft, you get 5 minutes to make your first-round pick. And then it's like 1-minute picks. Like the second round of the NBA draft, it's 1-minute picks, just like with the MLB draft. And since I started the call at 7, if this NBA draft goes into midnight or 12:30, it will cut off. But the Celtics 76ers trade recap, Celtics received 3rd overall. Lakers pick 2 through 5 draft range. Otherwise, 2019 76ers pick from the Kings. And the 76ers got the number 1 pick in this deal. So we do have the grade for Markelle Fultz up. I think what we should do when we get to Philadelphia's pick at 1 is we should ask ourselves what position will Fultz end up playing, what position he should end up playing, because we've already gone over the statistics. We've already broke down Fultz's game as far as his tape goes. So what we should do is, I guess we should talk about what position Fultz will play, what position he should play, because I feel like that's the only talking point we have for Fultz at 1 after that pick is announced. I feel like he should play shooting guard next to Fultz, but I also feel like the front office wants Fultz to play point guard, Simmons to remain at forward. The coach said he wants Simmons at point. So the coach and the front office don't see eye to eye on that situation, and that's already a problem. It's just very thin, very below the surface type of problem. Yep, and Markelle Fultz, they're talking. He's probably going to be the number 1 pick because they're already zooming in on him. They're expecting him to go at 1. So that would be terrible. Sixers take De'Aaron Fox at 1, and Ashton Kutcher tells Fultz he got punked. It's like he wouldn't do that to Lonzo Ball because LeVar Ball would just kick his ass. Yep, and Adam Silver, he is delivering the pick. What's that secret room, though, where he gets the picks from? And Markelle Fultz, the number 1 pick, we already have it up on the ticker, so we're ahead of schedule. And Lonzo Ball is looking away while he claps at Fultz. So it's like, we're happy for you, but we really don't give a crap. That's what he's trying to say non-verbally. Well, you're not minions. I value both of your opinions a lot. And the Philadelphia 76ers hat is on Fultz, and he's shaking hands with Commissioner Silver. Jay Billis is comparing Fultz to James Harden. Harden's a shooting guard. I feel like an appropriate comparison to Fultz is Derrick Rose, which Ken LeBlanc brought up. I would say John Wall would actually be a good comparison for Fultz. With Lonzo Ball, I see another Curry-type player. I see Kidd too, but I also see a good passer, a sound point guard here. And Lonzo Ball should be the number 2 pick. But if he's not, I will have to adjust that on my board. Remember, I have the first 5 grades up, and I gave Philadelphia an A+ grade for taking the number 1 player on our board. Ball's another player I think is worthy of an A+ grade because he can shoot every type of ball. Josh Jackson's number 2 on my board, so the only way the Lakers don't get an A+ grade is if they pass on Jackson and Ball here at number 2. I don't think they will do that either. And I'm typing in Lonzo Ball right now on Twitter to see if they're going to leak the pick. They didn't leak any picks during the MLB draft. And I think it's like the media's caught on to us. They know we're going to go through Twitter. I wonder if how the NBA does it. Like I made the joke about how with the MLB draft, they smash all the phones, people leaking picks like in Office Space. With the NBA, would Adam Silver just chuck the phone, or would he dribble it, or would he pretend he's Yeah, and Lonzo Ball, we do have that number 2 pick up on the site. The Lakers will draft Lonzo Ball as expected, reported by ESPN. So the kid already has a Lonzo Ball Lakers jersey. LeVar Ball confirms that Lonzo Ball will be drafted by the Lakers in a pregame interview. So Lonzo Ball totally. And and SB Nation photoshopped a photo of Lonzo Ball in the BBB chain. Like he's wearing a chain like Mr. T. But Lonzo Ball will be the 2nd pick. And the NBA is just trying to give LeVar Ball because if they take LeVar Ball right away and turn in their draft card, LeVar Ball's going to have so much satisfaction. It's like the Lakers are trying to trying to wait until the last minute to give Lonzo Ball and LeVar Ball as little attention as possible. They know they're going to take him at 2. They are just waiting. No, they don't. And this is the 3rd year in a row the Lakers picked at number 2. They took Russell 2 years ago. They took Ingram last year. And now at number 2, they have 59 seconds, and they still have not made a decision here. But Lonzo Ball is expected to be the number 2 pick. We do have the grade up for that, and we talked about it. Lonzo Ball, a Laker. My sports reader just leaked the pick 22 seconds ago, and they are taking Lonzo Ball at number 2. It's official now. Hasn't been announced by Commissioner Silver, but it is official on Twitter that Lonzo Ball will be the 2nd pick in the draft. Yeah, we'll congratulate Lonzo. We won't congratulate LeVar until Commissioner Silver announces the pick. Yes, and Jason Tatum, I expect him to go third overall, but this draft opens up with 2 A-plus grades, just like last year where we gave the 76ers and the Lakers both A-plus grades. So, yeah, and this is a player that really fits the Lakers well. It is official. Lonzo Ball is now number 2. Congratulations, LeVar. We'll finally congratulate you now that the pick is official. And Lonzo Ball's other sons wearing their suits to the draft, knowing this is the peak of their family's success. Because Lonzo's already told his middle son he won't get drafted. LeVar is the BBB tie on. Yeah, and Jason Tatum. What's going to happen with Jason Tatum and the Boston Celtics at number 3? Because I feel like the Celtics pick is going to get leaked on Twitter within the next few minutes. Who is that? Is that the person from It's Joey, not the ghost of Christmas past. Let's go with Boston. We've already talked about the first 2 players, posted the grades up on the site, so let's go with Boston. I think it's going to be Tatum here. Is it Frank Nikitila from France, that point guard from France, Frank Nikitila? I don't think there's a guy from Australia in this draft. But he play. I don't think there's a guy who plays for a team in Australia. Collins. Okay, Adrian Wojnarowski of The Vertical has just leaked the pick for the Celtics. They are taking Tatum at number 3. So this draft begins with 3 A-plus grades by all of the teams, and NESN kept reporting that they were flip-flopping between Jackson and Tatum every 6 hours. But that just seemed too fishy to me, Ryan, which is why I just assumed they were taking Tatum at 3, and I got lucky because I've already got my grades for the first 3 picks in the draft up on Draft Utopia, so I can talk about these players in depth. And Tatum's a guy who I think can play the 3 or the 4, and Brad Stevens talked about how Tatum can play the 1, 2, 3, or the 4 on the defense. There were also reports that Josh Jackson told the Celtics to suck a fat one over the phone, which is why I felt like they were going to go with Tatum unless they traded the pick, or unless they took Josh Jackson and traded him to the Bulls or the Knicks in a blockbuster deal. Adrian Wojnarowski said that, okay? Yeah, well, Wojnarowski said that, but he also said Tatum is going to be the pick at number 3, and LeVar Ball basically just guaranteed that Lonzo Ball is going to take the Lakers to the playoffs in his first year. I feel like they could get the 8 seed in the Western Conference, but they're going to get swept by Golden State. That's what I think. I think they could get the 8 seed in the West, but they'd be a team that gets swept by Golden State due to that lack of experience. Okay, we do have a trade to announce. Zach LaVine and Chris Dunn, the point guard Minnesota drafted at 5, and LaVine, their starting shooting guard, have been sent to the Bulls along with the 7th pick. Minnesota receives Jimmy Butler and the number 16 pick from the Bulls. So the Bulls and Timberwolves have just made a trade at number 3. I'm going to get that updated on the site right now. Type some code in as that NBA draft trade between the Bulls and Timberwolves takes effect, with Chicago now picking at 7. Any thoughts on this trade really quickly before the Celtics announce the pick as Tatum? Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Butler will probably be a shooting guard. You'll have Wiggins at small forward. You'll have Towns at center. And you'll have Ricky Rubio at point guard. So you can still get a power forward at 16. I don't think this hurts Minnesota as much as it hurts Chicago. Yep, and I've just updated that trade on the ticker, and I will get I'll update the pick below that but in a second. But I think Josh Jackson to the Suns at 4. The Kings at 5 is where this draft really begins, though, because the Kings could get De'Aaron Fox at point guard, or they could get Jonathan Isaac at 5 out of Florida State, or they could even get a big like Zach Collins at 10, because Rudy Gay, their starting small forward, opted out of his contract. They drafted Cauley Stein in 2015 as a power forward slash center, moved him to center after trading Cousins. And then last year they drafted Scalabissier out of Kentucky as a power forward slash center to complement. So you got two Kentucky bigs on your front court. And are the Kings going to give up on one of them? Because I feel like the point guards, I feel like the front court bigs in this draft aren't as good defensively as the guys on their roster, but they're better deep range shooters. Because I know Markkanen, Zach Collins, those guys can hit the three ball like Nowitzki can at the power forward position. But they both are projects defensively. So are the Kings going to be enticed by that at number 5 or number 10? That is going to be an interesting headline to see what happens there with Sacramento. Yeah, I know D'Angelo Russell had a pretty good suit 2 years ago when the Lakers took him at number 2. But other than that, we really haven't seen a suit that stood out in the draft since that point. I know SportsCenter has like a fashion guru come on and break down all the suits that the draft picks wear after the NBA draft. I will Twitter search the Phoenix Suns draft pick just in case I'm wrong about them taking Josh Jackson at 4. It sounds like they bought all the suits at Jack's Tuxedo. That is our first Jack's Tuxedo reference in the history of Draft Utopia. Josh Jackson will be the number 4 pick, and I'm now 4 for. Oh, go ahead, Joey. We actually have 42 seconds, but the pick has been leaked. It's Josh Jackson out of Kansas. I'm now 4 for 4 in my NBA mock draft, but continue with the suits. I want to see him come out with a warden's outfit like Colonel Sanders. I want to see him wear a warden's outfit like Colonel Sanders. This actually does look like the best suit so far. Josh Jackson has the best suit so far, 6'8", 207, fourth consecutive A-plus grade, and I think this is the number 2 player in the draft as far as overall talent, but he doesn't have the best shooting chart. Lonzo Ball is the best shooting chart. He was the best fit for the Lakers as far as need goes. Tatum was the best fit as far as scheme goes for the Celtics. So we've opened this draft up with 4 A-plus grades, and since these teams had the top 4 picks last year, it's like these teams are right there. They have most of the pieces that they want to have a good starting 5 in place. So I expect all 4 of these teams to be in the 6 through 10 range or to be pushing for playoff spots next year. I don't know if any team outside of the Celtics will get over that hurdle, get over that hump, but I expect all of these teams to be picking in the 6 through 10 range or the 11 through 14 range next year with all the talent they've added. There's no reason they shouldn't be. With all the so we're assigning separate grades for suits. Is that right? And the other suits get D grades. And I see De'Aaron Fox's suit. That's the guy I expect the Kings to take at number 5. I'm going to Twitter search De'Aaron Fox to make sure that's the pick because I already do have the grade posted for De'Aaron Fox. That would make me 5 for 5 in the NBA mock draft. I began the 2014 NHL mock draft 6 for 6, and I did pretty well in the NFL draft this year too, getting a 5 out of the first 6 picks. So this is definitely a good run here, and De'Aaron Fox at number 5. Sacramento Kings are taking De'Aaron Fox at number 5. So that pick is in on Twitter. Yes, Joey is grading the players on suits, and he actually had a Dennis Smith Jr. Dennis Smith Jr. has a really awesome suit. It's like something you'd see Alfred the Butler from the Batman movies wear. But yeah, De'Aaron Fox, the Kings were rumored to be trading up for De'Aaron Fox. That's why I assumed he'd be the number 5 pick, and I posted this pick in on Tuesday. So I've got the first 5 out of 60 grades up. And that's why you got Joey here talking about suits, me talking about Fox. Fox, his shooting chart looked horrible tape-wise, but he's averaging 16.7 points per game. He needs to add a little bit more muscle, but he's a good defender. He defended Lonzo Ball well in the Sweet 16. So I really like this pick. And this is the first draft where I think I've handed out all A-plus grades to the first 5 teams picking. Maybe I'm being too generous. The question is, are the Magic or are the Bulls going to make the first mistake on draft night? Because the Bulls did move up to number 7. Now, if the Bulls take okay, Jonathan Isaac. So this is the first pick I am wrong on in my NBA mock draft. I had Dennis Smith Jr. going here, but the Orlando Magic are going to select Jonathan Isaac at number 6. His shooting chart tape-wise is actually better than Tatum and Jackson's. So while he's a project, he may have more upside than both of them. I'm actually going to give this an A-plus grade because Jonathan Isaac is a borderline top 5 player. Him and Dennis Smith Jr. are the 2 players you can't really go wrong with. They didn't go to Dennis Smith Jr.'s pro day, but they did bring him in for a private workout. They were the only NBA team that didn't go to his pro day. That should have been the red flag to change the pick, but I guess I got careless and assumed they'd look past that and take Dennis Smith Jr. But Jonathan Isaac's bow tie, best here. The Chicago Bulls at number 7. What are they going to do? I'm typing in the Jonathan Isaac A-plus grade. That's 6 A-plus grades in a row. I know this is way too many A-plus grades. At this point, Joey's going to give me an F grade for being too generous and handing out too many A-plus grades. It's like Agent K and Kerm are both hosting their own streams, and Agent K is pissed off that his stream, someone stole their stream, so he's just cussing and bitching and trying to cut off the stream. I feel like this is something Agent K would do. Yeah, I'm posting the Jonathan Isaac write-up that I had from my mock draft, so I have to modify it because I had Isaac going to the Kings at 10. But I actually like this pick for the Magic. I'm just surprised they went this route. If they're sold on Elfrid Payton, I guess this is the right route to take. And now comes the game, where does Dennis Smith Jr. fall to? I just get this feeling the Bulls will not take him. But what would the Bulls do? I think the Bulls might go Malik Monk if I had to guess. You're right. You're right. Maybe they were going to take Markkanen. I feel like we could see a trade between the Bulls and the Mavericks, too, because the Mavericks love Dennis Smith Jr. And if they wanted to keep the Knicks from getting him, they can make a trade with the Bulls at number 9. He's 210 pounds. He's 6'10". He has the height of a power forward, but he has the body of a small forward. This is a bad center draft, and the Bulls. Okay, Lauri Markkanen will go to the Bulls, so Joey is correct. And I had Lauri Markkanen going at number 7 to Minnesota, so I'm technically 6 for 7. I'm technically not. I'm technically 5 for 7, but I'm also technically 6 for 7. Yeah, so I'm going to get the Lauri Markkanen grade up, but I'm going to tweet the pick first. And I like Markkanen at 7. This is a good pick for the Bulls. I think he's the best power forward in the draft. So I guess the Timberwolves are going to take Markkanen, but the Bulls are going to end up getting his rights. Because Markkanen's going to wear the Timberwolves hat, but the Bulls are going to get his rights. Because that's what they did last year during the draft when they had guys who were later traded. Yes, so his rights will get traded to the Bulls, but the Timberwolves are picking Markkanen for the Bulls at 7. Yep. And the Bulls are getting Zach LaVine. They're getting Chris Dunst. They're getting 2 guards. They don't have a small forward type player, but they get a power forward in Markkanen, which is a good fit. They've got Doug McDermott at the small forward position. So, yeah, I'm going to give the Bulls another A+ grade here. So that's 7 consecutive A+ grades. I think both the Timberwolves and Bulls could make the playoffs theoretically. I mean, I'm looking at Minnesota and Chicago. I think both are 13, 14 type teams at worst, and at best, you're looking at 2 teams that could round out the top 20 at 19 and 20 if everything goes their way. So the Minnesota Timberwolves, Lauri Markkanen is the pick. We didn't get this much leakage in last year's NBA draft. The NBA people are leaking the picks like crazy. It's like the vertical, they're all ahead on this. Yeah, for the hardcore fans that just want to get to the bottom of this, the coders like me, we enjoy this. We crave this. However, the casual fans are disgusted by the fact that we'll leak the pick before it's announced officially on the podcast. So the Chicago Bulls are going to take Lauri Markkanen, and this draft has begun with 7 consecutive A+ grades. 7 consecutive A+ grades so far. The Knicks kept Porzingis. They kept Carmelo. They're going to move on from Derrick Rose. I have to believe number 8 is going to be a point guard. Question is it Frank Ntilikina or Dennis Smith Jr.? Because I feel like whoever the Knicks don't take, the Mavericks will take. But I could also see the Knicks taking Malik Monk as a shooting guard. They're both going to be free agents. Both Rose and Jennings are free agents after this year. That's why I went with Frank Ntilikina. Yep. So Actually, I feel like the Nuggets have been scouting a lot of players in the process. They've just chosen as a team to keep things internally this year. But they've done their due diligence on this draft. I think they're taking Zach Collins at 13 if he makes it, because I've heard they had a top 10 grade on him. Yeah, the Knicks, they need a point guard. So if they do not get a point guard, it depends on what point guard they get, because I think Dennis Smith Jr. is the only player that would warrant an A-plus grade here. But if they get Nikita, I'll give that an A grade. But it depends on what they do here. Oh, wait, Frank Nikita. Yes, they did get Frank Nikita. Draft Express is reporting that Frank Nicolina, the guy I mocked to the Knicks at 8, is the pick. So that makes me 7 for 8 so far in this year's NBA mock draft. But his shooting charts are excellent. And he's a good defender, too. I'm going to give this an A grade, but not an A-plus grade, because I think Dennis Smith Jr. is the better player on the board here. But his shooting chart is better than Smith's at this point, which is why I'll give it an A grade. I should give it an A-plus grade because I picked this in my mock draft, but I've handed out 7 consecutive A-plus grades, and it's at the point where Joey's going to call me out if I hand an 8 consecutive A-plus grade. He's a good defender, too. He's a better defender than Dennis Smith Jr., and Phil Jackson puts a premium on players that can play good defense, even if they're not top-notch scorers. Well, Phil Jackson actually took over the Knicks in 2015, 3 years ago. No, Isaiah Thomas was coaching for the Knicks for 10 years, Joey. You're getting Isaiah Thomas and Phil Jackson mixed up. ESPN just did a thing on Frank Nikita. 14% all-star potential, 59% bust potential. Wow, the Knicks are going to be picking again at number 9. No, that's according to a source, Adrian Wojciechowski. This is from 5 hours ago, that the Knicks are going to trade Porzingis to Dallas for number 9. If that happens, it's just wow. Oh wait, there's a Dallas Mavericks. Oh, this is okay. People are making fake Adrian Wojciechowski accounts. Someone basically just said the Mavericks select Kim Jong-un, the power forward out of North Korea, at 9. It's like people are making fake Wojciechowski accounts, and they're trying to troll us by saying the Mavericks will take Kim Jong-un at 9. Mark Cuban and Kim Jong-un. How do you think that dynamic holds up? I think they're going to take Dennis Smith Jr. here, honestly. But I mocked Malik Monk to them. So I feel like they're either going to go Malik Monk or Dennis Smith here at 9. Anything else would surprise me unless they made a trade for Porzingis and the Knicks are on the clock again. That Porzingis guy from Latvia. Yep. The Bulls. Dennis Smith Jr., another A-plus grade. So this draft has begun with 9 consecutive A-plus grades on my part. No, I've just heard rumors from a lot of teams within the top 10. And I've watched the tape. Teams are drafting for need, too, and they're actually getting it right this year, which is surprising. Well, I'm sure the Sacramento Kings at 10, or someone is going to screw up. Maybe it'll be the Kings, maybe it'll be somebody else, but somebody is going to screw up. I love the picks this year. I can't explain it, but I love the picks so far in the top 9 by every team. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I had Jonathan Isaac here. The Kings do need a replacement to Rudy Gay at small forward. And since Isaac went off the board to the Magic at 6, that throws a loophole into this draft, and I'd have to think Justin Jackson gets picked here, Ryan. Good call. Yeah, and Dennis Smith Jr., great pick for the Mavericks here. The Sacramento Kings are on the clock at number 10. And the reason I haven't leaked their pick is I'm still getting the write-up for the Mavericks pick at number 9 up. Another A-plus grade. Hopefully the Kings, somebody makes a bad pick soon so we can bash them, but okay, it's like if the Kings get Justin Jackson here, it does fit a need. I actually do really like that pick a lot. So if they don't, I'm not sure what. I'll probably have to give them another. Oh, it says ZZZ Mavericks, the computer. Come on. I wanted, there's like 6 Z's. It's almost like the computer's telling me, look, Chris, I'm bored, and I'm tired of you handing out all these A-plus grades. It's like Samuel L. Jackson. Look, mother, you gotta stop being so plain and bland with these A-plus grades. Yep. Sacramento Kings. We'll go back to the Sacramento Kings here. They could get Malik Monk or Justin Jackson. Anything else besides Malik Monk or Justin Jackson will be a huge shockwave. And that'll be a C or D grade probably. Zach Collins at 10, I'll probably give that a C grade because they have Scalabissier. They have good players. They don't really need a power forward. But if they take Collins at 10, I do like Collins, but he's raw defensively, and Sacramento is not the right fit for him, in my opinion. But he complements Labissiere well. So the Sacramento Kings, what are the Kings going to do at number 10 here? They're taking De'Aaron Fox at number 5. But you need a small forward because Rudy Gay opted out of his contract at small forward, and your other forward, not Ben McLemore, but the other guy who stepped in, he's going to be a free agent. He is testing the waters as well. So you really do need a player at number 10. You need a small forward here. As far as the best small forwards, the best small forward on the board is Justin Jackson. Now, the best overall player at this point is Malik Monk. So it comes down to, the Kings draft the best player on the board, or do they draft for need? I think those are the only two players I can see fitting a need and a best player available perspective. It's looking like Malik Monk will go to the Kings at number 10. No, buddy, Fox is going to play the point. They drafted Fox at 5, so Fox would play the point. Hield would play shooting guard. You need a small forward. You have Labissiere and Cauley Stein at power forward at center. Right now, Portland has moved up to number 10. Interesting. They gave up 15 and 20 to move up to number 10. Yes. The Portland Trail Blazers have just traded up for Zach Collins. They traded 15 and 20 to get Zach Collins. Power forward was their most immediate need. They have two small forwards, Evan Turner, and a quality backup. They have a center that Thomas likes, but who I think is a expendable type of player. I'm not sure, because I really do feel like Collins is the best player, is one of the best players on the board from a needs standpoint for Portland. But they gave up 15 and 20 to get him, which is why I will not give this an A+ grade. I will give it a solid B grade. Yep. He's a point guard, not a shooting guard. And he played for Strasburg, and he fits what the Knicks are looking to do. So, yes. Yeah, so we began the draft with 9 consecutive A+ grades. It's an incredible run. But the run, unfortunately, has to end here. Because Portland gave up 15 and 20. They were looking to move 20 and 26, but they gave up 15 and 20 to move up to 10. Because there were rumors leading up to the draft that Portland wanted to trade 20 and 26 on Tuesday, Joey. That's how I know. A lot of these picks, all the rumors about certain picks for this draft have been leaked, Joey. Zach Collins is terrible defensively. I mean, he's a great shooter, but he lacks athleticism. There are flaws in his tape. And there's a reason why Ryan didn't want the Nuggets to take Zach Collins at 13. So I'm going to give it a B grade. I'm not going to give it a C grade or a D grade because I actually like the player. But I also feel like Portland had other needs outside of a small forward at center that they could have gotten later in the draft. And they're going all in on Zach Collins. We'll see. But the Hornets do have about a minute to pick here. And this, we might see a trade here. Maybe we'll see. Because Charlotte has all their guys under contract except their third string point guard. So they're not going to trade all of their picks for a honeycomb, Joey. They're not going to trade their pick for a box of Honey Nut Cheerios. The honeycomb joke was better. I'll admit that. But yeah. Well, if they get Justin Jackson, I'll have 8 picks correct in my mock draft. Well, they've got Matthews under contract. I don't think they're going to go with him. I think they're going to take somebody like a Jarrett Allen or a John Collins, and it's going to grind your gears. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still getting the write-up for the Portland pickup. I'm still in shock about that one pick. And I was updating the ticker for the trade. Now I'm updating the pick below that with the grade and the write-up. So that's why we have not leaked Charlotte's pick. But I will rise above this, and I will get caught up. I've got time. Unless the Pistons and the other teams, the lottery, just run to the podium. But they're not going to do that. I feel like the Kings are going to get Justin Jackson at 15 now because you look at all these teams. None of them need a small forward. Denver, they're losing a small forward, but Wesley Chandler averages double-digit points per game. He did it as a backup. He can start. If they don't take him at 13, I feel like another direction or possibility. But I love the Malik Monk pick. This will probably be the 10th A-plus grade because I had a top 10 grade on Malik Monk. Charlotte. took Monk at 11. So this is 10 A-plus grades in 11 picks, with the Zach Collins pick being the only pick not to get an A-plus grade. Yeah, it wasn't. Detroit is now on the clock. So Denver is on deck. They need a shooting guard. I mean, they got a good starting five. They really don't need any other players, but their shooting guard is a restricted free agent. So if they've got a starting five where everybody's averaging 10 points per game, but the defense was sloppy, they can draft for depth here, or they can even move this pick. I think Donovan Mitchell out of Louisville is the pick here. They got Drummond, who averages over 20 points per game at center. They've got a good power forward, too. So they really don't have any specific need. Them, like Charlotte, can take the best player on the board. They might go Justin Jackson here. That's a good point, Joey. And I'm about ready to get the Malik Monk grade up on Draft Utopia. So there's that. And then after the Malik Monk grade, we'll get Detroit's grade up. So Adam Silver's ready to announce Detroit's pick at number 12. I think Denver. What if Denver passes on Jackson at 13? That's just going to crush you inside. Justin Jackson from North Carolina. Luke Kennard out of Duke. What? I mean, Luke Kennard has short arms. He's the best. He's got the best shooting chart after Lonzo Ball, but he has small arms. He doesn't defend well. And I feel like Donovan Mitchell's a better fit for the Pistons. I mean, I honestly think this is kind of a reach. I mean, I like the pick. I'm probably going to give this a B- or a C+ grade. I'm debating B-, C+ or C grade. I mean, this does fill a need, but at the same time, it's a reach. So we'll probably give this a C plus grade then. Because I'm thinking B minus, C plus, C grade. So the median between those three grades is C plus. He has short arms. He doesn't defend well. Those are some of the questions with Kennard. And I think this is not the type of pick the Pistons need to make. Yeah, I thought Donovan Mitchell was better than Luke Kennard is the second best shooting chart after Lonzo Ball, but he has short arms and he's terrible on defense. That's why it's a bad pick for the Pistons, because they're a team known for playing defense. Yeah, so that is definitely something that is going to need to be looked at. And yeah, so I'm going to give it a C plus for now because it could end up being a good pick because he already is a good shooter. It's just the questions with the defense. That's why I'm hesitant. Plus, he's not my top shooting guard on the board. Fills a need. It's not a bad pick, but at the same time, there's a lot of questions behind the surface, behind the scenes. So I'm typing in the Denver Nuggets here, finding out what they're gonna do at 13. May try to leak the pick. They could probably trade Gallinari, Chandler, and Ferry, get another first if they really wanted to. EA is good if you're patient with him. Nuggets take Donovan Mitchell at 13. I'm going to give this a B grade because I like their current shooting guard, and I think there's a lot better players on the board, players that fill more of a need. But it's a solid grade. It's a better pick than the Pistons pick, but I'll give it a B grade. And Ryan Romero's Denver Nuggets have just finished picking, and Tony Mario's favorite NBA team, the Miami Heat, they are now on the clock at 14. Bosh. And they still have some quality scorers. Wait, hold on. The Nuggets have just acquired Trey Lyles. Donovan Mitchell will be selected by the Jazz at 13. The Jazz are getting Donovan Mitchell in a trade, and the Nuggets are getting Trey Lyles, who I see as a nobody, and the 24th pick. Yeah, Ryan's like an Erlich Bachman mode from Silicon Valley where he goes, "What in the flying fuck just happened?" Yeah, it's like the Denver Nuggets deserve a crying Jordan grade if they do not get somebody good at 24. They had him pretty high on their board at like number 11. We'll see what happens here with the Heat at 14. I do have the Pistons grade up, but the Utah Jazz got the Denver Nuggets grade, so I have to add that to both the code on my site and the ticker. So there's that, but I am trying to participate and chime in here on the conversation. The Jazz, I'm giving the Jazz, I'm actually bumping this up to an A grade for the Jazz because the Jazz got a king's ransom in this trade at this point. He's But John Collins is probably going to go to the Heat here unless they surprise us all because he worked out with the Heat. That is the guy Tony Mario suggested. I could also see Jared Allen of Texas going here. I think they're going to get Bosch's replacement with this selection. They drafted a guy out of Duke at small forward, and they got a shooting guard in Jason Richardson that averages double-digit points per game in the second round a few years ago out of Tennessee, who I had a first-round grade on. Bam Adebayo, the center from Kentucky, for the Heat. They have Hassan Whiteside, one of the best centers in the NBA, and they reach for Bam Adebayo. What in the ever-loving fuck? It's like, even if the Denver Nuggets reach for a second-round player, they cannot screw up as badly as Miami just did. A backup center. This is an F grade. I would not be surprised if Walter Cherepinski gave this a Millen grade. I know it's not an NFL draft, it's an NBA draft, but I would not be surprised if Walt gave this a Millen grade. I'm just saying. I completely agree. So, which is what I just pointed out to Ryan. Yeah, this is a guy who averages 13 points per game. He relies on it. The only good area of his shooting chart is green. It's yellow, which means it's okay, but still needs work. Every other part of his shooting chart is either orange or red, and those are the two worst colors. And there's nothing for long range. Like, that area is completely blank because he's a good defender, but he relies. But in Miami's situation, they have Hassan Whiteside at center. He will be a backup to Whiteside. He's not going to start right away or complement him. I know they put power forward on their draft card, but this is a terrible pick. If you're looking for a pure power forward, there are better options on the board, like Joey pointed out. Much better options. Who was that center that the team reached for? Not Greg Oden, but another center. There was another center that a team reached for a few years back. He was on the Memphis Grizzlies, I think, drafted. May have been Big Country. Yeah. If the Kings get Josh Jackson here at 15, it's easily an A+ grade because not only did they get a player that fills a need, they traded down and got more picks in the process, Ryan. Well, they're better than what Miami did. Miami taking a player at a 21, and Donovan Mitchell is probably going to be. I'm going to get the Donovan Mitchell thing up in the ticker. I'm basically just focused. I've got all the picks up in the ticker. I'm just getting the grades sorted out and getting those ready because I'm going to give a B grade to the Jazz for the Donovan Mitchell pick. Actually, I'm going to give that an A grade because they traded up. I think he's a B grade talent, but they get an A grade because they gave up so little to get him. F grade. What is the worst thing the Miami Heat have done in their entire franchise's history? Well, Sacramento just got Justin Jackson, the guy who I mocked to Charlotte at 11, at number 15, and they traded down and still got that guy. So they get an A-plus grade here. This will probably be the 11th A-plus grade of the night. They got a premium player, and they still moved down to get him. So. And Minnesota is going to be on the clock here at number 16. And you look at all the power forwards that are still on the board. Minnesota was equally high on Lauri Markkanen, Zach Collins, and John Collins. They were equally sold on all three players. They trade down to 16 with the Bulls. They get Jimmy Butler. They can get John Collins here. And the starting five will be Ricky Rubio. They won't have Zach LaVine, but they can put Butler at shooting guard. Andrew Wiggins will be small forward. You'll have John Collins at power forward, and Karl Anthony Towns will be your center. That'll be your starting five. That's a pretty damn good starting five to have. He is. That's Walter hit it. I was thinking poor man's Dwight Howard too. He hit the nail on the coffin with that. I do have the NBA draft grades up on Draft Utopia. You can just check our NBA results page, but we also have the grades here up on the podcast. So, yes. Still doing the write-up for the Donovan Mitchell pick. I am trying to get the grade. I do have the grades up for most part, but I'm still. I know Oren has messaged me, but when I'm working on this many grades, I usually don't respond to messages. Gordon Hayward. Yeah, it's like if Denver aces the pick at 24, I'll either give them a C grade, but if they get a reach, then I'll probably give them a D grade or an F grade. Depends on the value they get. Um, Yeah, this is a draft where I think after the first, I remember I said in the 2016 NHL draft, there were like maybe 20 players with first round talent. Maybe it was 2014. Yeah, it was 2014. There were 20 first round talents. The remaining 10 picks were second round talents. That's exactly what I see in this NBA draft. I see 20 first round talents, 10 second round talents that are fighting their way into the first round. Yep. And the Minnesota Timberwolves pick is in. I'm trying to keep the Bam Boyo write-up pretty brief, pretty to the point, because I feel like that pick was a reach. What? The Minnesota has Karl Anthony Towns. I like Patan, but they don't need a backup center. They need a pure power forward, and I see Justin Patan as a pure center. So I don't like this pick for that reason when I think there's better scheme fits on the board. Collins is a better player. Allen is a better player. There are better fits on the board. So I'm probably going to give this a D grade. Not going to give it an F grade because I did have a top 20 grade on him, but at the same time, this is a huge reach by Minnesota. Yep, and I just think Justin Patan to Minnesota at number 16, that is a huge reach on their end. Sacramento easily with an A-plus grade. Minnesota, on the other hand, they're getting a D grade. You look at what's still on the board. John Collins and TJ Leaf are on the board. Allen is on the board. And with the way some of these teams in the middle of the first round have drafted, Denver might be able to save face. Too early to say, but they might be able to save face if we keep seeing reaches like this. Yep. So we're on to we're almost done with the top half of the grades, and then the Sacramento Kings, number 15, Bam Adebayo to the Heat, and then the Kings, they took Justin Jackson at number 15. I really like that fit, the value there. So yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with what has happened so far. Sacramento's had a good draft. The Lakers have had a good draft. A lot of teams have had good drafts. Minnesota, they didn't seize the window of opportunity to take Markkanen. They overthought it, and they passed on John Collins at number 16, which really is sort of a deal breaker for me because I feel like he's a perfect piece for what they're trying to build. Yep. Number 17, the Milwaukee Bucks. Jarrett Allen's the player I mocked to Milwaukee. I mean, I don't know if Joey's here or not. But Minnesota drafted a center at number 1 overall 2 years ago. That's why it's a reach. Minnesota, though, they need a pure power forward. I see Patton as a pure center, not a center/power forward. Yeah, I'll give them credit for that. They really, really did impress with that selection. So I'm currently working on the number 15 grade on Draft Utopia. I'll tweet the grades for 1 through 15 in a second, and then we'll get some picks updated for 17 and 18, 16 and 17, pick 18 as well. So we'll get this updated in no time. But the Kings are winners from this draft. The Lakers are winners with Ball. 76ers are winners so far. I mean, Boston, pretty much every team in the top 5 is a winner. And I think the biggest loser right now is probably the Miami Heat and maybe Ryan's Nuggets if they don't get somebody at 24. I'm a little bit surprised that the biggest losers in this draft are the teams in the mid-range of the first round, the mid-lottery picks. Aldridge to the Cavs, but the Cavs don't have a draft pick. Did the Spurs trade 29 to Cleveland then? So no draft picks involved, just a swap between Love and Aldridge. Yep. And I've got the first 7 first 16 picks up on the ticker as well as the top 15. I'm going to wait for Milwaukee to announce the pick, type that in on the ticker, and then copy the draft results 1 through 15 page stuff to the 16 through 30 page, so I can get the ball rolling on that page and then tweet the 1 through 15 one final time. So the Bucks. What the fuck? There are much better power forwards on the board. They took DJ Wilson, a guy who most have a late first on, and a guy I have a second round grade on. So this is a clear F grade. I think the Bucks have just earned our second F grade of the evening. I'm just surprised at where they're reaching. Usually we see the teams in the early first round or the top. We see one reach in the top 5. We see 2 or 3 reaches in the teens, but we're seeing reaches at the most unexpected spots. Indiana Pacers are on the clock here at number 18. One of their point guards is a free agent, so if they draft another point guard, maybe an indicator that they're not going to sign him. But that's what the Memphis Grizzlies did last year, and they still got Conley back. They got that guy from Vanderbilt at point guard, and they still got Conley back. So that's pretty rare, though. Number 27 and number 28. So I'm going to yep, so that pick is in, and I'm going to reload the draft results, the initial draft results page. I'll also post a link on TalkShoe with the grades as I'm tweeting this. So there will be that. We'll have all the grades up. I'll double check that. And I'm doing this now while I can. If you're on the Google Hangout with us, I am about to move over and flip over to the 16 through 30 section of the code. And Minnesota, I don't have their grade up, but if you're listening on the podcast, we have that up. We have different things up for the grades on Draft Utopia. And tomorrow night, we'll be back, Ryan and myself. Joey will probably be hanging out with some friends, doing something fun, but we'll be back tomorrow night for the NHL entry draft, which is tomorrow night. I think that will be 7 p.m. as well tomorrow. Saturday, though, rounds 2 through 7 of the NHL draft are on Saturday. That is 10. I think that starts at 10 a.m. Eastern on a Saturday morning, which is 8 your time. NHL should push their draft back till noon like the NFL does. I mean, it's kind of early. But the good news is that draft is much shorter than the NFL draft, which is why it would make more sense to push it back till noon. Wow. I actually really like this pick for Indiana. They get Miles Turner's great defensively, not that good offensively, but TJ Leaf complements him perfectly. And he can play the 3 or the 4. So if they trade Paul George, he can play the 3. So I actually really like this pick for the Pacers. And I like the suit. Like, he's wearing the vest under the suit. This is without a doubt my favorite suit of the draft so far. I thought I heard Donald Trump say he wanted to build a wall. Okay, this tweet really needs to post. Stop lagging, please. Like, a huge wall should appear whenever Donald Trump blocks you on Twitter. A huge wall should appear to let you know that you've been deported from viewing Donald Trump's Twitter account. That is the most savage way you can let someone know they've been blocked on Twitter. But Twitter does not resort to that type of savagery, unfortunately. I think I made a joke about how Donald Trump should, whenever someone gets blocked by Donald Trump on Twitter, Twitter should put a wall around that person's account so that they can't read Donald Trump's tweets. Like, that, instead of saying your account has been blocked and being professional, they should just put a wall around that person and keep them from viewing Donald Trump's tweets, because it'll be like they've been deported from Donald Trump's virtual world. Well, I feel like the Hawks need a center. The Hawks just screwed themselves because they needed Dwight Howard. They needed Justin Patton because they traded Dwight Howard before the draft. And I felt like Patton's the only center that would have been a perfect fit for the Hawks. So now they don't have Dwight Howard. And if they take a center here, it's going to be a guy who's a huge reach. Like, the guy from UCLA is a second-round center, only averages 5 points a game. So if the Hawks take a center, they're screwing themselves. Yes, they traded Dwight Howard to the Hornets. The Hawks just selected John Collins to replace Paul Millsap, which I actually like a lot. Well, the Hawks just announced their pick. They took John Collins. Joey, John Collins is the pick. The Hawks selected John Collins. It is. It's a very good pick. Yeah, it's pretty young. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the Hawks get an A grade from a need standpoint, but they get an A plus grade from a value standpoint. Yes. I had him as a lottery pick, so I think for him to fall to 19, that is a steal from a value standpoint. But from a need standpoint, they still have Millsap on the roster. I felt like they needed a center, but the problem is there weren't any good centers available. So you can't really fault them for ignoring need and taking the top guy on their board. So the Minnesota Timberwolves at 16, they took the center out of Georgetown. They took the Creighton center, Justin Patton. That's going to get a D grade. I mean, the Hawks, I'll give them an A grade, but I definitely think you can make a case for an A plus grade. What do you think? A grade, A plus grade? Where would you stand with that Patton grade? Well, he's a power forward, but they needed a replacement for Dwight Howard. That's the only reason I'm not giving it an A plus grade, but I love the value at that point. Yeah, so number 20 is going to be Sacramento. They're going to be on the clock pretty soon. I'm actually going to code the Sacramento thing. I'm not even going to type the write-ups yet. I'm just going to try to catch up on grades and stuff. So Milwaukee, they took at 17. Milwaukee just took a really. I liked Milwaukee's pick. I didn't love it, but I actually liked the pick. They went with DJ Wilson out of Michigan. And I actually did consider giving that an F grade because I had a second-round grade on DJ Wilson. So a lot of these teams outside of Atlanta have really reached in the back half of the first round. I mean, Atlanta so far has made the best pick in the 16 through 30 range. I don't think there's any debate about that. And the NBA is getting an award show. And the biggest reason I have a problem with this is because the guys from the 80s that influenced the game and kicked ass, they didn't get awards. That's why I have a big problem with the NBA doing an awards show now. But they're basically doing it because the NFL is doing an awards show now. You've got the NHL doing their awards show with the expansion draft. Everybody does the award shows now. Sports has turned into the Oscars from that perspective. So you look at what the Kings have done with these picks. I actually like Harry Giles at 20. I hate him at 11, but I actually really like him at 20. And he gives you depth behind Scalabissier if he can stay healthy. And I really like how this was a guy who was a top 5 pick at one point before injuries. And in Sacramento, he'll complement Scalabissier as a role player. So I don't just like the pick. I love the fit. So I'm actually going to give the Kings a third A-plus grade here. You can argue it's a bit of a reach, but at the same time, I really love the fit, Ryan. And I love the fit because he'll complement Labissiere as a role player. I actually like the Harry Giles pick. So yeah, I'm not going to give it an A+. I think I actually will agree with you and give it an A grade, but I do like the fit at this point with the picks. TJ Leaf, I'm going to give that an A grade because it is a solid value pick, but at the same time, he's going to be a role player in that situation until he improves defensively. I'm debating whether to give it an A grade or a C grade because TJ Leaf's a very good, as far as the shooting chart, his shooting chart is excellent, but at the same time, he has issues on defense. And in Indiana's situation with Paul George, with Miles Turner, he's going to be a role player. He's going to be a bench player in that situation. So Ryan said C grade. I was thinking A+. I'm going to give it a B grade. That's the median for A+ and C. So I'll give it a B grade. TJ Leaf. Yep. Yeah, we're on pick 21 now. Oklahoma City's about to make their selection here. I'm just copying the picks from our ticker, and not the ticker, but from our mock draft. I'm copying those picks, making sure those picks get up on the server. And damn it, I didn't want an A+ grade. Leaf will get a solid B grade. I'll give that a B grade, and the Hawks, I'll give them an A grade, and then I'll give the Kings an A grade. And I know it sounds biased that a Duke fan like myself is giving the Kings an A grade for Giles, but I just think he's going into a better situation, whereas Leaf, Giles is a good defender. Durability is the question with Giles. Leaf is not a good defender, but he's an excellent shooter. So it really comes down to what you value at that point. Yeah, I know ESPN is a late first-round grade on Frank Jackson and Frank Mason. I actually think both of those guys are second-round talents as far as tape goes, but there's going to be guys in this part of the first round that get pushed up. The Oklahoma City Thunder have about less than a minute to make their selection. They might even make a trade. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with their selection at this pick. You know, ESPN flashing dollar bills on the television, I'm not sure what to think. John Collins, I've got an A grade for that. I'm getting the grades up for number 20, which is Sacramento and Oklahoma City at 21. I'm really zoned in on that right now because I feel like we're all caught up with the trades, and I can do the write-ups a little bit later. Or I can do the write-ups after the draft because we're at that point where I feel like I can get a few write-ups in once we get to 22. I'm just trying to figure out Sacramento Kings are at 20. They took Harry Giles, and the Thunder's pick is in. So that's going to be a very interesting dynamic, to say the least. And I'm curious what the Thunder – Ivan Rabb is still on the board at 21. I'm kind of curious as to what they're going to do here at this point. I would be shocked if they passed on Ivan Rabb, and it would be the 8th pick I've corrected in the first round. Jarrett Allen's also on the board here. And he went to Texas just like Kevin Durant. So he can torture Oklahoma City fans into how Jarrett Allen's going to be just as good as Durant, and then he's going to leave the team in free agency again. We can torture him. It's the great way for the NBA to give back to the Thunder. They lost a Texas Longhorn in free agency. Now they get another one in the draft. It's the perfect feel-good story. But Durant was drafted by the Supersonics. What? The Thunder have Victor Oladipo. They don't need Terrence Ferguson. He got drafted in the first round by Oklahoma City. You said Terrence Ferguson didn't get drafted in the first round. He just got drafted in the first round. I'm correcting you. I'm not losing it. Jarrett Allen and Ivan Rabb are both still on the board. I mean, his wing, he's got great height for a shooting guard at 6'7", but he's 184 pounds. Right now, he is the size of a backup guard at both the point and the shooting guard. But if he adds muscle, develops, he could potentially become a small forward. So there's potential there, but he's also incredibly raw on the surface. I'm still going to give it a C grade. I'm not going to give it an A or a B grade, but I'm also not going to give it an F grade like I was initially thinking about. That's fair. Yeah, Jarrett Allen's still on the board at 22, as is Ivan Rabb. And the only way Ryan Romero's Nuggets lose is if they don't get one of those players at 24, and they end up going back-to-back here at 22 and 23. And Brooklyn and Toronto both need power forwards, so that is a distinct possibility. But Kyle Lowry is a free agent. DeRozan is not, but Lowry is. Yeah, those guys should have been off the board by now. There's still a lot of talent left. So we're on pick 22. Yeah, I mean, the Nuggets do have that number 24 pick. I never updated that from the trade in the ticker, but I'll worry about that later. And yeah, the Thunder, I'm gonna add the Thunder's pick here at number 21. Thunder took the Thunder at 21. They took Terrence Ferguson. I'll just copy and paste that pick here. Yeah. Billy Donovan is a huge on defense and logistics, so for him to take an offensive player, it's a little bit unorthodox. We'll see what happens. You know, in the NFL draft, when time expires on the clock, the next team can jump them. Apparently, that's not the case in the NBA draft, though. The Brooklyn Nets are about to make their selection. Adam Silver is re-announcing the trade. Re-announcing the Bulls-Timberwolves trade with the rights to the players. Jarrett Allen, an A-plus grade for Brooklyn. They need a player like this with Brook Lopez gone. They also needed a power forward to replace Favors. This is a good selection here by the Jazz at number 22. This is Brooklyn Nets. This is a very good selection by Brooklyn at 22. Yeah, I like that fit. Ivan Rabb is still on the board here for Toronto, and Ivan Rabb could be on the board for Denver at 24. We'll see. The Kings took Harry Giles. They can't take him. So the Nuggets' decision might end up being a good one here. We'll see. Yeah. I don't like Trey Lyles that much. I see him as a backup at best, so I don't understand the logic or reasoning behind trading for him and then moving down 11 spots. That's too many. If it was 5 spots, it'd be understandable. But this many spots is just power forward. He's a backup power forward. Yeah. I don't know exactly what they would take here, but the Brooklyn Nets, they just took Jarrett Allen at 22. That's probably going to get an A-plus grade because I just think the value at that point for Jarrett Allen is off the charts. I mean, for a team that gave the Lakers 27 and Brook Lopez, their best center who got 20 points per game, this is the only way they can save face. I mean, I really don't know if I can give Brooklyn an A-plus grade for giving 27 to the Lakers, but I really do like this pick, so I'll probably give it an A grade. Yep. Toronto, 23. They are on the clock here. Yeah, I'm curious as well with that, and I do actually have time to get some of the grades up. Once Toronto makes their pick, I will leak the pick, but I'm going to focus on getting some of the grades up for some of these teams because I do have the grades listed. I just don't have the write-ups for the grades. So I actually do have some of the grades. I'm going to get the Patan write-up up right now because I do have the grades, but I have this window of opportunity to get maybe 1 or 2 write-ups done for the site. And I'm just really, I will try to leak Denver's pick. I haven't made an effort to leak any of the picks though because I fell behind on a few things, but I really do. Well, if the Lakers get Ivan Rabb or Juwan Evans because the Nuggets passed on him, that's really going to grind your gears. Frank Mason, that wouldn't even get a D grade at this point because he's just so undersized. That would get like an F grade or a Barney the Dinosaur grade. Yeah. There's a lot of good players. Rab's on the board. Evans, the Oklahoma State point guard, still on the board. Hartenstein, the guy who I have mocked to Toronto at 23, is still on the board. So if Hartenstein is the pick there, that is my 8th correct pick and 23 selections. If they take Hartenstein, that'll be the 8th pick I've correctly predicted. I got 7 of the first 8 picks right, but it's just like with the NFL draft. I had 5 of the first 6 right team. Then I had then I went into a slump. First 7 out of 8 picks I got right. I've been in a slump since that point. We have a trade. Oh, they're just recapping the draft rights. The Kings get the draft rights, so they're not really trading anything. Wow, OG Anunoby out of Indiana Proposed trade rights to Denver. So Denver is going to get Anunoby here at 23. But how can we move down in the draft for more picks and still manage to upset Ryan? How can we do it so that he doesn't flip out, but at the same time, we don't get a point guard? We keep Emmanuel Mudiay. How can we do it? The billionaires inside Denver's forum are asking themselves that as they have gotten the rights to OG Anunoby. What is this trade between Toronto and Denver, Joey? You've suggested that because it just said on NBA that his draft rights, Toronto picked Anunoby at 23, but his draft rights got traded to Denver. So why did Denver move up one slot for this guy, and what did they give up? Were you trolling or were you committing NBA draft inception? Well, we all know who the new assistant GM of the Nuggets is. The assistant GM for the Denver Nuggets took the job with the Orlando Magic. So while Joey's not on the call, he's making calls as the assistant GM of the Denver Nuggets, trolling other NBA teams. I just finished the Milwaukee grade. I'm going to post the Sacramento grade. Until we get the details on the results of the trade, I'm going to just focus on getting, because I want conclusive evidence that Denver's getting Anunoby before I make any predeterminations. Yeah, and you're surprised that I'm actually waiting for all the facts to be presented, Joey. You don't see me as that type of person. And now the woman at ESPN is asking Anunoby about food. And speaking of food, they had like tacos and all the food at the NHL draft lottery in Canada, and it made Ryan hungry. Yep. The Utah Jazz are on the clock, but is this pick going to be going to Denver or Indiana? We don't know the trade rights yet. I'll look that up once I get caught up with my write-ups, but I'm going to try my best to get the write-ups done for the teams in the teens. And believe me, well, what if they don't and they end up taking the UCLA center who only averaged 5 points per game? Until we get the conclusive evidence on whether Denver kept this pick or not, we'll keep streaming picks on the call, and we'll do our best to clear the first round and some of the second round. I don't know how long this is going to be, but we're on pick 24 now in the first round. So I'm actually going to just wait it out until we get all the facts behind the trade, because these picks are just coming in, and it gives me an opportunity to clear my head. And we'll see what happens with the Jazz pick at number 24. Jazz team need, Jalen Rose's team need. If they take Alec Peters out of Valparaiso, it'll be a reach when you consider the talent that's available. But at the same time, I'll actually like the pick because I picked Alec Peters to the Jazz in my mock draft. Yeah, and I know the Pacers, they have Paul George and Miles Turner as their starters. They might try to trade Paul George, but at the same time, TJ Leaf, it's an interesting scenario. I like the pick. Don't love it, but I like the pick. And then John Collins. John Collins and Harry Giles so far have been the best picks in this point. I had a second-round grade on Anunoby. I moved him down into my second round because I found out he's terrible defensively and he's injury-prone. That is why I feel like you're getting a backup to Wilson Chandler. But at the same time, it's not a terrible pick. It's a pick that I'm debating whether it deserves a B- or a C+ grade. But I want to see the trade, who got the trade rights to him. There are a lot of facts I still need to be presented. And the ESPN is interviewing Markelle Fultz and leaving Jazz fans, Nuggets fans, or whoever in suspense. So, yeah, I have not ate since 3 p.m., so I'm still doing this. I'm still doing this regardless. That's how much of a team player I am. I have not ate since 3 p.m., and I'm still doing this. I don't know. We don't have all the facts presented. I think Toronto traded the rights to Denver, but it'll say when the Jazz make their pick, we will get the specifics. I think Adam Silver's probably going to announce the details of the trade before announcing the Jazz pick, but because this is the NBA's way of torturing the Jazz. No. I like how I said no with hesitation. It's like I was pausing. Yeah. Gordon Hayward is an unrestricted free agent. I feel like he will reunite with former Butler head coach Brad Stevens in Boston if the Jazz do not get him back. Tyler Lydon, and I think Denver's getting him too. But because the proposed trade rights to Toronto went to Denver too. So what exactly did Toronto get from the proposed trade rights? We still need to figure out what Toronto received before we can proceed with the draft grades. Future draft picks, maybe? Maybe a 2018 first-round pick to Toronto. That's the only thing I can think of. If they get to keep 23 and 24, what did they give up? And I feel like the only logical thing they could have gave up is Danilo, or they gave up a 2018 first-round pick. If they gave up Danilo or whatever, Ryan's going to be happy. If they gave up a 2018 first-round pick, Ryan's going to turn into the Incredible Hulk on this podcast, folks. Yep. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do here. The Orlando Magic, I will try to get some research on the pick. Wait, that may have been a typo because I'm looking at the NBA draft ticker. It says Toronto took Anunoby, no proposed trade rights to Denver, and Denver kept 24. So maybe Toronto did reach for Anunoby, and Denver got the player the Jazz took at 24. So if that's the case, the Nuggets only got 24. They didn't get 23 and 24. I mean, this draft is just going by so fast. So we don't know what Denver got in terms of I know the Jazz traded the pick, but we don't really have the rights because I think I'll pay a little bit more attention to ESPN's ticker as I get caught up. But I think Ferguson at 21 was a reach. I'm not going to give it an F grade like I was initially going to, but I'll give it a C grade. And shooting guard United States, they're refusing to acknowledge the school. Anunoby is going to the Raptors, and Tyler Lydon is going to the Nuggets. And they're listing him as a power forward, but the Nuggets are getting Lydon. They're not getting Anunoby. They're just getting Lydon. Yep. I had a late first rounder on him. I had him to the Thunder at 1.21. I moved him down to a second round, but at the same time, I'm not going to hate the pick. It's a solid B grade. I really like the value and fit there. All right, the Nuggets do have 2 second-round picks, and you'll have to tune into the archive tomorrow, I guess, before McDonald's. Have a good evening, and I hope your dad does well and gets better, and have fun taking care of him. I'm just curious, is this the Yahoo stream with because Yahoo did a live stream of the NBA draft last year. Is that Yahoo's live stream? Because they were ahead of the NBA last year. Yeah, Oklahoma. So the Denver, I saw some confusion with the Denver-Toronto thing, but Toronto's keeping 23. Denver's only getting 24. And there's that clarity. But yeah, Terrence Ferguson, I'll give it a C grade. Magic at 25 here. It's definitely an intriguing pick. The Magic have not made a pick. My computer is sort of being slow. And I haven't ate since 3, so that's why you hear food in the background, because I do have a bag of food up here. But I didn't think I would need it during the podcast, but I saved it in case survival mode. The guy from Gran Cardia, who I had a mid-second round grade on, goes to the Magic at 25. So the Magic took the guy from Gran Cardia at 25. I don't understand this pick. I think it's a reach. 7.8 points per game. 7.8. Probably a second round grade on him. And the Magic have a good center, too. Not really. The Magic have a 7-foot center that averages double-digit points per game. He's 7'1", 220, and most sites did have him listed as a late first-round pick. Dantas Sabonis. Remember Sabonis? He was remember Domantas Sabonis? His son got drafted last year. And the Magic have Sabonis. They've got I'm debating whether to give it a C minus, a D plus, or a D grade. I'm not going to give it an F grade. You've sold me on not giving it an F grade, but at the same time, I think it's a huge reach and it's a pick they'll end up regretting. So, well, I was debating C minus, D plus, and D. So I'll give it a C minus since Joey said I should give it a C grade. It's like C minus becomes the median now. The meat. Yep. Portland is on the clock here at 26. And they need a center too. Maybe that's why Orlando took a center here, because Portland needs a center. They haven't taken one yet. They took Zach Collins as a power forward, but they need a true center. Maybe Orlando recognized that and said, we need a center for depth too. Let's keep Portland from getting one. who traded him to Denver. Denver got the 24th pick in the Donovan Mitchell trade, so he's going to be a member of the Denver Nuggets, Ryan's team. I do too. Yeah, there were rumors about Aldridge going to the Spurs, so I'm really interested to see what happens here at 26. LaMarcus Aldridge began his career with Portland, but he signed with San Antonio. Portland could probably trade this pick to San Antonio and then get Aldridge back if they wanted him back. So Portland has just doubled up at power forward here. They took another power forward. They took Zach Collins at 9. They just took Caleb Swanigan for depth at 26. But Caleb Swanigan is a guy who averages double-double points per game, double-double rebounds. He averages 18 points, 12 rebounds, 6'9", 250, great size, talented enough to start. Best case scenario, Zach Collins starts at center. This guy starts at power forward. Worst case scenario, Collins starts. This guy's a good depth player. That's best case, worst case scenario for Portland. He's 6'9", 250, 5. Well, I know when I checked the ESPN bio on him, he was 6'9", 255. Mm-hmm. 6'7"? That's the median between 6'5" and 6'9". That deserves a come on man by ESPN. Yeah. And the Lakers are picking. I know the Brooklyn Nets are picking at 27, but remember, they traded this pick to the Lakers on Tuesday in the D'Angelo Russell deal. So whoever they pick here, they go to the Lakers. They are picking for the Lakers here. I wonder what Magic Johnson's thinking here when you consider Ivan Radfeld, 27, the hometown kid out of Cal. He can get another hometown kid to play with Lonzo Ball here. Semi Ojeleye out of SMU is a guy I really like tape-wise. He's actually a really good defender. I had a second-round grade on him when we did the special in the Evolution Network, but I moved him into the late first round. He's not only a guy who can play short range, mid-range, long range, he also defends well, 6'7", 235. That is a player the Lakers could take here. I mean, if he defends well and he shoots well, and he's 6'7", 235, and he's versatile to play the 3 or the 4, why wouldn't you take him? It's a safe pick. Yeah, but the Raptors, they took Anunoby at number 23. I can look through my mock draft to find out what players who I had in my mock draft. I would say Juwan Evans out of Oklahoma State, point guard, Oklahoma State. Yeah, I'm still there. Ryan's not there, but I'm still there. And Juwan Evans, Oklahoma State. Oh, Magic Johnson could have caught Juwan Evans at 27, and he took Lonzo Ball at 2. Yeah, you could. Yeah, I mean, they could get a player like that in Juwan Evans here. There's some other players from a fit standpoint, from a need standpoint. There's other players, but at the same time, you really can't go wrong with that pick here. Josh Hart, the guy from Villanova who led them to the championship, he is on the board here. Tony Bradley, Ike Nigbogu, still on the board here. Alec Peters is on in the call. Jordan Bell, Oregon. I think I choked on some of the food I ate, but that's a wake-up call not to eat during the draft. That is an omen. All right, but Anunoby out of Indiana went 23. 24 was the Denver pick, Tyler Lydon. The Magic took that center at 25. I'm just surprised that there have been a lot of reaches in this draft. I actually really like the Swanigan pick for Portland, but are they going to move Collins to center, or are they going to have two power forwards? That's the thing with Portland. Well, the Lakers just took Utah power forward Kyle Kuzma. I had a second-round grade on him, but this is a guy that Draft Express moved into the late first round. 6'9", 222. Really good at attacking the rim. The Magic have Julius Randle at power forward. And I think it's pretty evident the Lakers want to make a play for Paul George or LeBron James next year. So you get a forward for depth here. You have Julius Randle, Robert Nance Jr. at power forward, but Nance Jr. was a undrafted prospect the Lakers took at 29, pre-Magic Johnson regime. You get a similar player here in Kuzma, who's a second-round player at 27, and now you have a guy who can push that player for a roster spot. Or you can convert him to small forward and use him for depth behind Brandon Ingram. Either way, you win. Yep. Yep, the Lakers trading Russell, getting Brook Lopez. They now have $18 million to spend in free agency. Yeah, they got Brook Lopez from the Brooklyn Nets in the trade with D'Angelo Russell on Tuesday, and that's what allowed them to get the 27th pick. Brooklyn picked at 27, but that's a great deal for the Lakers, Joey, because Brook Lopez is a guy who can get you 20 points, 11 rebounds, best player on the Nets without a doubt, and you trade your point guard who you took 2 overall that's not going to mesh well with Lonzo Ball from a chemistry standpoint. You get a veteran like Lopez. That's an excellent deal. Rick Lopez, he's pretty decent too. And hold on here. The Lakers have just traded down. The Utah Jazz have traded 30 and 42 to the Lakers to move up 2 spots for the 28th pick. That's a good trade for Magic Johnson. Lakers have the number. Lakers get 2 more draft picks. They really don't need them, but they're getting them because they know there's a lot of value players. That's a win for the Lakers. And this is Utah's pick. So Tony Bradley of North Carolina. This is going to be Utah's pick at 28. Tony Bradley, the North Carolina center, 6'10", 249. I had a second-round grade on him. The Jazz traded up for him at 28. I'm giving the Jazz an F grade for this because I feel like they have a good center situation in Utah with the talent they have. I don't understand this. He didn't average double-digit points per game. I don't understand the reasoning here. Why would you trade up for a player that doesn't average double-digit points per game? It doesn't make any sense. It is a crapshoot. Like NFL, there's parity. The MLB and NBA draft are just total crapshoots. And the Jazz at number 26. The Jazz at number Jazz getting 28 there. The Spurs now are on the clock here, and this is interesting. The Spurs can get Juwan Evans, and if they get Juwan Evans, it's almost like when they got Kawhi Leonard, a guy who should have been a top 10 pick at 14 or 15. That's the kind of value they'd be getting if they got Evans at this point in the first round, Joey. And the Spurs can get him. It's like when Kawhi Leonard, a top 10 prospect in 2011 out of San Diego State, fell to the Spurs and they got a steal. That's the exact type of value they're getting with Evans if they take him at 29. I don't think Magic's going to cut him. I think he's going to try to trade him for a second-round pick. Yeah, Tyler Lydon's pretty talented for Denver, but the one thing that the site I went to for the NBA draft coverage, The Ringer, They pointed out how Lydon needs to do a better job avoiding turnovers. But overall, he's a pretty versatile, pretty sound player, which I'd agree with. Yeah, so we're getting some of these picks up. The Magic at number 25 will have their they reached for a center, but it's not a terrible pick. I mean, this is the part of the first round where I expected a lot of reaches because there's only really 20 guys who are first round talents, but I still feel like Evans is the one player in my top 20 who's still on the board. I'm very shocked by that. I know that the Ringer actually put Evans at like 32 or 33 on their board. And they looked at shooting charts. They looked at a lot of different things. The Ringer actually had him at 32 or 33. So I definitely think there is a possibility that Evans falls to the second round now because they also had a second round grade on Ivan Rabb. So I'll really give the Ringers some credit. They did a good job scouting these players. But some of the guys that I had late round grades on, like Derek White, Colorado, Semi Ojeleye, they're still on the board. There's a lot of talent left this year. I'm actually kind of surprised by the amount of talent that is still on the board. Yep, Ojeleye is a very good shooter and a very good defender. When the Magic were posting things on their team website said they were looking at shooting guard and center, getting depth at those positions. So they got a center at 25. Center they were actually pretty high on from reports, but I didn't want to buy into it because I thought it was a smoke screen. They had other issues they needed to address. The Spurs, though, at 29, this is an interesting dynamic. Isaiah Hartenstein out of Germany, who I had 23 to Toronto, is the best player on ESPN's board. And then Evans is the number 2 player on their board. So I feel like it's Evans, and then there's a drop-off between first-round talent and second-round talent getting pushed up due to not many slots in the draft. And if the Spurs don't take Evans here, he's going to drop to the second because the Lakers took Lonzo Ball. Yeah, and Portland getting Caleb Swanigan. I actually really do like that pick. I'm just surprised that they made it. I had Swanigan in the early part of the second round, but I really do like his tape. And I think he's got first-round tape. But I'm just surprised. I'm not too surprised, but I'm a little bit surprised he went as early as he did because I thought he was going to be a 26 to 32 type player, but he goes right off the board. Awesome! I mocked Derek White to the Spurs. Yes! That is pick number 8. I beat my score from last year. And I mocked Hart to the Lakers too. That's 9 picks correct in the first round. I might have the high score this year. Yes! Derek White, I had that pick to the Spurs. I'm giving them an A+, and I'm giving the Lakers an A+, because I had Hart at 27, but they traded down at 28 and still got the guy I had at 27 at 30. So 2 A+ are going to come up for the Spurs and Lakers if they go with those picks, because I believe your data, even if it's leaked at this point, I believe it completely. I will wrap things up with the second round. I'm happy that I got 9 picks right in the first round. I'm too happy about that. Good night, Joey. Good night, Joey. And we're still on the call here. 3 hours, 43 minutes. This podcast goes up to 5 hours, and then it disconnects. So I will do my best to make sure we're all caught up on the picks with the remaining 1 hour and 17 minutes I get courtesy of TalkShoe. And then, but yeah, the Lakers are a clear winner in this draft. I love what the Spurs have done. I'm really impressed with a lot of these teams. And I ended the, so 9 picks correct in the first round. That is really good. I had 7 last year. I got 9 this year. So we'll see what happens. But, yep. Number 26 here. And they're going to trade his rights to the Lakers. The Portland Trailblazers, I'm just trying to find the Caleb Swanigan pick. Mark Tatum's a pretty good deputy commissioner, but yeah. I am pretty happy with this draft as a Lakers fan. I'm very happy. I wasn't a fan of the Kuzma pick, but I loved Josh Hart. I mocked him to the Lakers. It counts, folks. And I'm eating because I haven't ate since 3 p.m. I'm a little bit behind on the code for the picks, but Caleb Swanigan, Josh Hart, Utah Jazz. The Hornets are going to be on the clock once Mark Tatum announces the pick. So I'm still going to be on round 1 here. Yeah, and the Kyle Kuzma pick, I'm getting that up. I'm getting the Kyle Kuzma up right now as we speak. This is the only. I mean, I can live with the Kyle Kuzma pick. I do think it's a reach, but at the same time, I like the pick for depth purposes. So Joey stayed with me for the first round of the NBA draft. Ryan stayed with me until the first 24 picks. And here we are. The second round is about to start. So, yeah. I mean, the Los Angeles Lakers did trade 28 to the Jazz. The Jazz traded 30 and 42 to the Lakers. So I'm going to add those picks to the ticker as well as the news page. Just so I'm ahead of things here. And, yep. Yeah, and I'm going to get those picks updated. For 28 through 30. I really like what the Los Angeles Lakers have done in this draft. The Hornets are on the clock. Mark Tatum, the deputy commissioner, is going to announce the picks for round 2. And I will get you guys caught up. We'll have grades on Draft Utopia. We'll have all kinds of good stuff. And while I'm regrouping and getting some write-ups ready to go, but yeah, the Spurs have drafted well. The Lakers, they got 2 A+ grades with their 3 picks. Yeah, Isaiah Thomas. The Kings took him 60th overall in 2011. They traded him to Boston. Isaiah Thomas, Mr. Irrelevant in 2011. And I even said he'd be a better player than Jimmer Fredette. I remember that draft. So the Lakers. Yeah, Anunoby, who I have a grade up. I don't have data with him on the ticker, but I have a grade up for Anunoby. I'm adding the picks to the ticker right now for round 1, and then I'm going to copy and paste that. And then we'll tweet the round 1 picks. I have not been able to recover since some of these picks are just flying in here. And Tyler Lydon out of Syracuse going to the Nuggets at 20. So, yeah. Frank Jackson from Duke. That's not a bad way to open up the second round. I feel like there are better players on the board, but at the same time, that's not a bad pick where as far as where the value in that pick is. So Frank Jackson out of Duke, they pass on. And Frank Jackson's a good backup for depth. He's not a starter, but he can be a solid contributor, good role player. So Frank Jackson, that's a solid pick in the second round. I'd probably give that a B grade, maybe a C. I just feel like Evans being there, that's a steal. I mean, Juwan Evans is a big steal. So Frank Jackson, good depth player, good role type player. And Caleb Swanigan went to Portland out of 26. I like the pick, but I'm just not sure if he's going to be a depth player behind Collins as a backup or if he's going to start or if they're going to move Collins to center. I'm not sure what Portland is thinking. I really like Swanigan. He reminds me a lot of Aldridge. The Lakers So we're basically just getting some of the picks updated. Frank Jackson will play for New Orleans for 40 and cash. So Kuzma out of Utah. We'll put that in the ticker. We'll figure out what the Jazz did at number 28. I might just eat and relax until we get that pick updated. I know the Suns are on the clock here, but I forget what the Jazz did at number 28. I mean, okay, the Jazz traded up for somebody. I forget what the Jazz did at 28. The ticker will say on the NBA's draft. Davon Reed. I did not have him in my mock draft. But, and they don't need a guard, okay? The Suns need a center or a power forward. They don't need a guard. They have enough damn guards. So this is going to get an F grade. Okay, who the heck did the Jazz get? I was too preoccupied with the pick. So I guess I'll just relax and watch the bottom of the ticker. I believe Utah traded up for a guard. But who they got is not coming to me right now. So I'm not on NBA.com. I'm on Draft Utopia still. I'm just having a brain freeze. I cannot figure out who the Jazz got at number 28. Oh. You know what? Fuck this. I'm Twittering it. ESPN is just flying through this fucking Jazz pick. It's pissing me off because okay, they took Tony Bradley out of North Carolina. That's right. And I cannot emphasize how huge of a reach that is. I know everybody else had a late first on him, but I think it's a reach. I think that pick is a terrible pick. But I love the Derek White and Josh Hart selections by the Spurs and the Lakers. So I'm still on round 2, but I know that the Spurs actually in the Lakers. So I should be done with round 1 in a second because I have all the picks on the ticker for round 1 done. But the Lakers, 9 picks correctly in the first round. I'm still speechless about that. Might sound like I'm gloating. I'm just speechless. I've never gotten that many picks right in the first round in any draft I've ever done. So I'm still ecstatic about that. So, yeah. $16 freshmen got picked in the first round. 2 seniors got picked in the first round, which is the fewest in the modern common draft era. Last year, 15 freshmen got picked in the first round, and this year you had 16. Wesley Iwundu, Kansas State. I feel like that is a reach. There's so much better talent available on the board for Orlando here. I mean, I can legitimately exit out of that first NBA draft results page. I can legitimately exit out of that, but I'm not going to, not yet anyway. So Tyler Lydon, Tony Bradley. Yeah, and there's still 60 picks. I know the talk shoe call ends at exactly midnight, so they got Josh Jackson at 4. That's the only good thing the Suns have done tonight. Okay, so Tony Bradley, I'm giving that an F grade. So you look at what's happening in this NBA draft. I'm going to refill my water, but I will be right back. Frank Mason. So Frank Mason went 30. So we're back, folks. Frank Mason went 34th overall. And Frank Mason out of Kansas, a good pick here for the Spurs anyway. I'm getting the A+ grade ready for the Spurs and the Lakers here. Spurs at 29 and the Lakers at 30 are both getting A+ grades for what they did in the draft with these picks. Wow, Ivan Rabb. But they traded his rights to Memphis. So the Memphis Grizzlies are going to get Ivan Rabb's trading rights. So what is Memphis giving up to get Ivan Rabb? I love the idea as Ivan Rabb for a depth player behind Zach Randolph. I love the fit. But what is Memphis exactly giving up here? That's what I'm curious about more than anything else, because I do love this fit. And so the Lakers, they traded down and they still got that player at number 30 in Josh Hart out of Villanova. So yeah, you just replace the 27 with the 30. And then we're going to have that pick updated. So we'll have 1 through 30 updated in just a few minutes, folks. I'm just making sure that I got all the picks I wanted up to date. So okay, hold on. Jonah Bolden. So this hasn't even been up for an hour. I apologize for that on Google Hangout. The server crashed or something. I was so behind on picks, I didn't even notice that. And I'm currently posting the grades. I'm going to tweet the grades. I'm going to double check our info here. And then we're going to tweet the live draft grades here. But Bradley, White, Hart. So, yep, the grades are up. Sacramento Kings are honestly my biggest winner. I love how Jay Billis is being biased against the Kings, criticizing the draft. I love how Billis is criticizing. They should have taken Zach Collins, best player on the board. Wrong. Collins lacks athleticism. The Kings actually made the right decision by moving down. So, yeah. Now we've had 9 picks in our first round. Still haven't gotten a second round pick, but there's still time. I'm focused more on like getting this updated and tweeting 16 through 30. And then so I'm really, really optimistic about what some of these teams are going to do here. Ivan Rabb to Memphis. I want to find out the terms and conditions of that proposed trade. The Grizzlies have a second-round pick this year. I don't believe they do. So what is Memphis giving up? Are they giving up a future first-round pick? I feel like the NBA is misleading people to an extent in that regard. So grades for picks 16 through 30. I'm tweeting that, and as soon as we get that updated, we will go to round 2 and start posting picks and write-ups for round 2. So we have about 41 minutes on the call, and we have 23 picks to announce before TalkShoe cuts us off. I don't know if we'll get through all of the picks within the allotted time limit, but we have 41 minutes to get through those selections. It's going to be a barn burner. Wow. That is an excellent pick by the Celtics. I had a first-round grade on him. I had him going off the board at 25. That is an excellent pick. That is a way better pick than Josh Jackson. You get Tatum, you get Ogele. Excellent drafting by Boston so far. They earned the second A-plus grade of the night. So I really like this pick for Boston. This is a guy I had a late first-round grade on, and Boston just earned their second A-plus grade of the evening. His shooting chart is good. He defends well. He can play the 3 or the 4. That's why I had a first-round grade on him. But for Boston to get him here at this point in the second round is a steal. And we'll talk about the NBA, NHL draft on Sunday morning. I mean, tomorrow is NHL draft coverage, round 1 only. It's going to be a lot less stressful. And then you've got round 2. So basically, I'm just going to, at this point, all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the code for round 2, and then we're going to start. We're going to copy the round 1 code and apply it to round 2, and then we'll be done with 2 rounds. We could probably just paste some data for picks 38. Yeah, so while we get caught up on some of these round 2 selections, I mean, we have the grades up. We've double-checked our information. We can post the round. We can exit out of the round 1 for the NBA draft results. We can exit out both the regular NBA draft results 1 through 15 and round 2 of the NBA draft results. We can exit out both of those. So you look at what's happening here at number 38. I might update the ticker first and then get the picks up, get the grades up for round 2. Have about 30 minutes or so before this draft is over. But yeah, you look at this draft right now. The Lakers have drafted well. The Celtics have drafted well. A lot of teams have drafted well. But number 31 here. The Hornets from the Brooklyn Nets. That pick, they traded the rights to Frank Jackson to New Orleans Pelicans. So the New Orleans Pelicans are going to get the rights to that pick. And I'm honestly at the point where I'm going to go on NBA.com and get actual results thing with the actual projected draft results for round 2. I don't want to watch their draft coverage, but I do want to have a backup plan where Jordan Bell out of Oregon, that is an excellent pick. But they got Markkanen. So it's like, I kind of hate that pick too. Wow. They got Fultz at 1 and Evans in the 2nd round. Wow. And they have Simmons, too, on top of that. I mean, they're set at point guard for, like, the next 10 years. Yeah, Juwan Evans, 5'11", 185. I thought he was 6 foot. But, yeah, that's probably why he slid a little bit in the draft. But I love that pick for Philadelphia at 39. Not a need fit, but a value pick, an excellent value pick. And they could probably trade Evans for another first. And who knows, if Fultz doesn't pan out or he's as bad as Ken LeBlanc was saying, point guard. It's exactly like when the Kings had Isaiah Thomas and Jimmer Fredette on their roster, and they got them both in the same draft. Evans may end up being the better of the 2 point guards, so definitely an interesting dynamic to follow. Yeah, and I'm pretty certain that Frank Jackson's rights have been traded to Charlotte. Have been traded. I'm looking up Frank Jackson because I'm not sure. I'm pretty certain his trade rights. He's going to be on the New Orleans Pelicans, and whoever the Pelicans pick at 20 is going to be on the board here. So, yeah. I've gotten a Twitter request, a notification on Twitter, and damn it, I got redirected. It's like, I hate when Google Chrome redirects me to the homepage. I absolutely hate that. The NBA draft now. I don't care about Google Chrome's homepage. Dwayne Bacon. I think I had Dwayne Bacon in the early second round, but the proposed trade rights to Charlotte. So Charlotte, I actually mocked Dwayne Bacon to Utah or Charlotte. I can't remember who I had. But the proposed trade rights to Charlotte. Brian, I'm covering the NBA draft right now. I don't really want to. I'll check the Up to Speed Sports thing out later. Okay. Deal? Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I just need Frank Jackson, the pick there, and we'll see. I mean, this is definitely going to be an interesting selection here. So Frank Jackson, I want to get more information on the Frank Jackson trade through Twitter. So let's see what the Frank Jackson pick is going to involve. I believe it will involve a future, but we got to find out the details of the trade. I'm huge on drafting for need. I think it's a critical thing at this point in the process. Okay, Frank Jackson, they're trading him to New Orleans. So the New Orleans Pelicans are going to get Frank Jackson at 31, just like I've been suspecting. Okay, so they traded him to 40 for cash considerations and the pick. So 31, I do need to type that pick in. I forgot to type the number 31 in on our ticker, but I'm not too discouraged about that. I mean, Frank Jackson, solid pick. The Suns, though, I don't understand the logic or decision-making behind their selection. I mean, it's 11:31. We're 40 picks into this thing, and I don't think we're going to make it to 60. I think we're going to be at like 53 or something by the time. It's like we got to get through 20 picks in 29 minutes or 19 picks in 29 minutes. It's one of those things where it's going to come right down to the wire. I mean, Juwan Evans was the best point guard on the board. That's why I don't really like that pick or that particular fit. But Frank Jackson to the Pelicans to start round two, solid selection. Looking at next pick, the Suns, they took a shooting guard. They kind of pissed me off. So, yeah, I believe it's going to be Oregon State and Florida with the College World Series. I've been saying that for a while. But, yeah. I don't want to go to Udemy, okay? I want Draft Utopia round 2. Oh, wait, I can just click the 2 here. What am I thinking? I just want to click that 2. Wow. So the 76ers got the rights to Andre Pajanic. Fuck. So now I have to redo the code on that page. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I had Thomas Bryant going 3 picks later, the Rockets. But that does piss me off because it's like we did all that work on the NBA draft results page, and now this happens. This flipping happens at this point. It's like, come on, man. You don't do this to me. You don't fuck us with trades after we bust our ass, we write all the code, and we get – you don't fucking flip-flop with a trade. I'm pissed about that. But we'll just copy the Philadelphia 76ers, and we'll give the 76ers the F grade. I don't give a flying at this point. I mean, that person who's listening decides not to air this part of the podcast, because I did on their radio station. If they don't want to air us on their radio station, it's not the end of the world. We'll still have a big following and a loyal following on TalkShoe. I mean, we're still going to be here. So yes, I have to go through the ticker again and edit that and edit that and edit that. And I hate editing things twice. I absolutely hate it. I hate editing the same thing over again. So I have to go back in, re-edit that pick, and if I didn't have 9 picks right in the first round, I'm gonna try to keep my calm. That's the one positive that came out of all this. But yeah, the Rockets, the 76ers got the number 25 pick. So we're gonna go back in. We're gonna edit that. We're gonna edit the grade for that. And yeah, we'll go back in. We'll put that in the ticker that the Philadelphia 76ers ended up getting that pick. So Philadelphia getting a guy for depth here. So either way, this is going – they gave him a first and second round pick to get this guy. So the Magic don't look so stupid now, whereas Philadelphia is doing classic Philadelphia things here. And this is getting a F grade now because Philadelphia traded. Philadelphia got this pick. They gave up a first and second rounder to get this guy. So the Philadelphia 76ers, I do take trades into account. NBA.com might not take trades into account until they are finalized, but I take trades into account. So, yeah, that's an issue with me. And we're on pick 43. I didn't even get a chance to enjoy who the Lakers got in their trade because of this bullshit with the NBA deputy commissioner. But yeah. You're going to load because at the end of the day, and the 76ers, it's not the Magic take a center for depth, the 76ers. I'm not even reading the talk shoe comments or what's in the comments page below. So the Magic got a future second round pick. I had a first round grade on that player. So for the Rockets to get him in the second, the value is definitely there. I'm just upset that the freaking just not, it's laggy. I mean, the computer hasn't froze during this draft yet, which is a good thing. But at the same time, we have 20 minutes left, and the trade set us back a few more picks. So it's like we've just got one pickup for round 2. But Isaiah Hartenstein out of Zalgiris definitely makes sense here. And I've just got a feeling TalkShoe is going to cut us off at some point because we're still midway through the second round. Only got 20 picks up. The draft started at 7:30. The draft is usually at least 4 hours. That 30 minutes, not starting the draft at 7:30, had I known that, I would have pushed the podcast back a little bit. But yeah, and this trade really screwed some things up here. That's why we're still on round 1. That trade, we were about to type some more picks in, really get back into it, and then this trade happens like after. I didn't even get a chance to see the Lakers pick. I'm going to look through the ticker here. Damian Dotson out of Houston's not a bad pick for the Knicks here. He definitely feels like a need perspective. Pelicans, Dwayne Bacon, that's going to go to Charlotte. Tyler Dorsey out of Oregon. Thomas Bryant out of Indiana. So the Lakers getting Thomas Bryant and Josh Hart with that trade with the Jazz. Thomas Bryant's a guy I actually had. So the Lakers get Thomas Bryant and Josh Hart, and the Jazz get a second round center from North Carolina. The Lakers get Josh Hart and Thomas Bryant, who I think are both first round potential type talents. So I really love what Magic Johnson did. He didn't just win that trade, he hustled the Jazz on that deal. So I mean, that's a great trade for the Lakers anyway. So the Lakers are probably going to get 2 A+ grades here. No, no, no. Do not redirect. Do not redirect our Google page. No. No, no, nothing. No. 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 God damn it. Motherfucker. I'm not going to stop the plugin. Hurry up and type the frickin' pick in. I want you to type the pick on the code, the ticker. I'm happy the Lakers are doing well, and I'm happy I've outdrafted my competition. But I'm also unhappy about the fact that our server, our code, is just freezing like a mother here. So I feel kind of conflicted in that regard, but we have 15 minutes left. I want to thank everybody who called in, everybody who listened to this podcast of our NBA draft coverage, and we made it to round 2. Dylan Brooks, Oregon, had a first-round grade on him. Rockets get 2 players I had first-round grades on. I had 2 guys in my second-to-last first round following the Rockets, but the Rockets really getting good value with these picks here. Really like what Houston's doing, loading up at forward. They got Sam Decker last year. Now you get Dylan Brooks to pair with Decker. Can bring it in some competition. So, yeah. We're on pick 46 now. We will still be on Google Plus until 2 a.m. tonight because I want to get caught up on the picks. I want to try to at least get all the picks up on the ticker. So, yeah, we're on 4:43. We have about 17 minutes left. So, we're going to get some of these picks up. We're going to try to get a lot of the picks up. I may have to get a logo for round 2. The 76ers did trade up for 25, though. But, yeah, the Lakers definitely won that trade now, looking back on it. So, the Lakers clearly, hopefully we have no more altering first-round trades or trades involving first-round players in the second round. And once we get the Frank Jackson pickup, we will reload this page. Sterling Brown out of SMU, a very good pick for the Knicks here. I mean, no, Philadelphia 76ers, Devon Reed out of Miami. That is a pick that will get an F grade. So bad I didn't even remember the pick. Kansas State player. It's Devin Reed, shooting guard out of Miami. Suns didn't need a shooting guard in the second round. So they'll probably get an F grade for that. Oh, you fucking dick. Okay. So number 38, Jordan Bell out of Oregon. The Golden State Warriors are getting Bell for depth, which I actually like. Okay, I don't care if the page is responsive or not. That's irrelevant to me. And I don't care if the plugin is slow. I'm a laptop guy. I'm a desktop guy. So anything that's not desktop friendly for me does not work. It's a deal breaker for me. I'm a desktop friendly person, so anything that is not desktop friendly does not work for me. Mobile friendly can kiss my ass. I'm desktop friendly. I don't care if that makes me in the minority. Once we get the desktop, the new template for that we have on Draft Utopia on our draft results page, our mock drafts, once we get that on all of the web pages on Draft Utopia, then we'll adjust to modifying it and tweaking it so it looks good on smartphones. We'll do that then at a later point. It won't. We're desktop friendly. You can zoom out on your smartphones, and you don't have to listen to the slander that Google uses against us, because if you zoom out on your smartphone when you're on draftutopia.com, you can see everything we're posting. And we'll modify it later after we get everything we want. I get frustrated when my computer is slow. And that's why you don't X out the first 2 rounds. The trades. Thornwell's actually a decent pick for them. Devon Reed. So Sindarius Thornwell, Miami, Florida here. The Golden State Warriors did get number 38, so that is pretty cool. Looking at that Bulls-Timberwolves trade involving Jimmy Butler, it is safe to say that Minnesota lost that trade because they still have issues at shooting guard now with Zach LaVine gone. Unless Jimmy Butler steps in at shooting guard, and you still have an issue at power forward. The big issue at Minnesota was power forward. Not only do you fail to address that power forward spot, you have Butler. You have a few players, a few situational. Yeah, and this is a wing player for Kansas State. So we have about 9 minutes left on the podcast. We're at pick 49 where Denver picks. So we're getting picks up on the ticker as we speak here. But yeah, the Lakers have just been a huge winner to get Bradley, they trade down with Utah. They get Josh Hart, who I gave them at 27. And the Kings took Frank Mason at 34. They don't need Frank Mason. You got De'Aaron Fox and you got Frank Mason for depth. So, I mean, I'm going to have to change the Kansas State pick from shooting guard to small forward. We're still going to be on Google Plus for an additional 2 hours until 2 a.m. while we get the code for these picks up, while we get different things up. So, yeah, we're still working on that. This computer's being slow. It is being laggy. I mean, I'm amazed that we're getting as much as we are done. I mean, we're just focused on the ticker now. We'll get the grades up a little bit later. So Frank Mason out of Kansas, we'll put that at 34 here. I don't like how some of these teams are just ignoring the importance of need. That matters. You don't just take the best player on your board and half-ass it. You draft for need. You get a good starting five. You put the pieces together. And you look at what's happened so far tonight. The NBA D League is now going to be the NBA G League. So we do have an NBA D League page. We're going to have to rename that the G League. But we'll just, when people click on the NBA D League link on Draft Utopia, we'll just put the G League and we'll add the letter G. We'll rename it the G League at a later point. So, yeah. Because that is a minor thing we can tweak at the very end of this thing. But, yeah, we'll add some of these picks here. So, TalkShoe probably will cut us off in 7 minutes. Orlando, they traded 35 to Memphis. So, Memphis gets 35. So, the Memphis Grizzlies get 35. They get Ivan Rabb, a first-round talent in the second round here. So the Memphis Grizzlies, they're getting this pick from the Orlando Magic at 35. I know the Magic technically drafted Ivan Rabb, but his rights are going to Memphis. So that's what we look at. That's what matters to us. So, yeah. Oh, God damn it. Oh, wait. We get Josh Hart and Thomas Bryant. Okay, we don't have to update that. But we get Hart and Bryant. I'm so happy about that. I just don't want another situation like what we had where 26 got traded in the second round. Matthias Lazort is a guy who some had a first-round grade on, and his tuxedo is absolutely awesome. Joey's talking about suits. That's an awesome suit that he had. So, yeah. Second-round suits have been better than the first-round suits. And there's a reason for that. So the Memphis Grizzlies getting that pick from the Magic at 35. Matthias Lazort to Philadelphia, though. That's an excellent pick. The Nuggets on the clock here. I know Ryan's probably devastated if they don't get a point guard here. Yeah, Ryan's probably happy. They got Monte Morris in the second round. I like Moutier. I don't. Look at Knicks at 44. But yeah, this call's probably going to end at any second. I think I connected at the 5-hour, 13-second mark. So I'll see you guys next time. So long. Edmund Sumner out of Xavier's the pick for New Orleans at 52. So long. So we were able to get that last pick in Edmund Sumner. So Kadeem Allen goes to the Celtics at 53. I leave to take a quick bathroom break and put the phone up for TalkShoe because the TalkShoe call's over. The only place you can stream this is through our Hangout here. Wow. I really like that pick. I had a round one grade on this guy. I think we have an Australia dot. I don't care if the page is responsive. I'm a desktop friendly person. And the Jazz take Nigel Williams-Goss thanks to the Nuggets passing on him. You have 5 more picks in the NBA draft, then that's done. But I will be on Google Plus until 2 a.m. because I'm still way, way behind on code. Like I'm behind so many picks that I'm just focusing on updating the ticker first, then getting the picks updated. Okay, we don't have an Australia logo, so And that's going to be a problem. We need to get a I get an Australia flag unless we can find something for the 76ers here at 36, because we've hit a bit of a speed bump at 36. Beograd in Serbia. Okay. I'm going to get a tissue because I'm not feeling like myself either. So we're going to get two logos for Beograd. We're going to try to figure out which logo better symbolizes the player that the Sixers drafted, because that is the brain freeze here. There's two logos for Beograd. Oh, you got to be kidding me, NBA.com. You fuckers. You goddamn fuckers. I am pissed. It's like I had the NBA draft grades up, and now I have to redo that. I don't like redoing things. I'm high maintenance like that. And It's like, I don't like redoing stuff. I'm pretty high maintenance about stuff like that. But I'll do it. And not a single pick right in the second round. If the Knicks get Blossom Gate, this will be the second pick I've correctly managed to predict. Why do the Knicks take another point guard from Serbia? Yeah, Megalex had some good players last year. Good news is we have a Megalex logo up on the site from last year. God, why can't Blossom Game go one pick earlier? If Blossom Game had gone one pick earlier to the Knicks, I would have correctly predicted 10 first-round picks. I like the pick. I just wish he'd gotten a pick earlier so I could say I got 10 picks right in our mock. Jonah Bolden. So we got to get a Radnitsky basket logo. That's why we have not updated. we're still on the air. I mean, there are still some picks. Sorry, Scott Van Pelt. We're better than you. But yeah, the Radnicki pick, we're going to get that updated. And yeah, we still have 2 hours left on this Google Hangout. We've got approximately an hour and a half, but we're trying to get through all the picks, trades, projections, grades, trying to get through everything within the next hour so we can get. I don't care if the page is responsive or not. You're going to load. I don't kill web pages, even if I have a lot of stuff open. Pages, because I believe in net neutrality. So 9 picks correct. All right. But yeah, Blossom game went 1 spot after we projected him. I don't care about the first round. Don't redirect me to the frickin' first round, NBA. I want round 2. I'm on round 2 on my code, on my website. And that's what this is about. It's not about your league. It's about our company building the results. So we so it's 12:28 now. It's almost 12:30. I feel like the NBA is so slow and laggy that I have to rely on fucking Wikipedia. And it's like, that's not okay. I'm better than you. You're going to do what I say. And at this point, we're going to go to goddamn Wikipedia because I don't trust the goddamn NBA. I don't. I doubt all the pics are up on Wikipedia, but I have more faith in Wikipedia than I do in NBA.com with how slow and laggy and automatic. It's like, I'm not a mobile person. I'm a desktop person. Companies need to stop adapting the rest of these people and adapt to people like me. I still have 30. I still have 25 more picks I need to do write-ups on in the second round. The podcast is over, but I still have 25 more picks I need to do write-ups on, and I'm going to do that. That's going to fucking happen. FMP Beograd. So yeah, we have to keep going through this. We have to. We're still stuck on 36. We uploaded the wrong logo to the site, so we've got to go back and find the logo. I hate when this happens. It literally makes me cringe when this happens because we are better than this. So FMP Beograd is where the number 36 pick played. So we wasted all that time only to get the wrong logo. We finally got the right logo, but we wasted a lot of time. And we have about 30 We have about the Montana Technic. The Celtics are probably my big winner. They hit on their first round pick, they hit on their second round pick, and I really like how strong their draft was. So I think the Boston Celtics are probably that big winner. They did have the Cavs pick at 53 as well. But yeah. Seven picks on top of that. tell you what some of these teams were doing early in the draft. And I think that gives you an advantage at the beginning of the draft if you get the pick right. And Golden State got the Golden State got the Bulls pick at 38. They got that in a trade with Golden State. So the rights and conditions to that pick. So NBA.com, we're going to go back to NBA.com for a second here and double check on that pick. I'm glad we're at 37 on the ticker. Finally getting some picks updated. But at the same time, we have a lot more picks to do. We haven't even started the round 2 grades yet. And I think the reason this computer's slow is because we got all these apps open. Yeah, it's like Charlie. Duh. It's 12:43. And I'm almost certain that Golden State's pick did get Chicago got Golden State's pick at 38, and that's something I'll consider adding to the ticker here. The NHL draft will be stressful, but it'll be less stressful than this because the picks just fly in. They do. They just fly in rounds 2 through whatever. So we may try to create a round 3 page. We may not. We'll see. It's like, we'll see. So, yeah. Semi Ogele out of SMU was the pick. So his rights got traded to the Bulls. So, yeah, I'm getting a Coca-Cola. I'm getting some tissues. I'll be back, folks. Just need to get those 2 things. close the fucking door. Let me put my Coke up. All right, I'll be back in a second. Okay, folks, welcome back to our NBA draft coverage here. It is 1 a.m. We have about 1 hour left. I just have a really bad runny nose. That's why I went to get some tissues. I spent like nearly 30 minutes looking for tissues. And I just want the full draft board for round 2. And I want to get that updated on the site. I don't want to watch the draft. I just want to get through the draft board picks 1 through 60 here. And does this thing list like what teams traded the rights to certain picks? Because I am certain that the Warriors got the 38th pick. But this is what's going to stumble me. This is what's going to frustrate me. Okay, can we get at something here, NBA? Can you stop lagging and actually do something, please? It's like it's 102. I've got 58 minutes, and I just want to get the frickin' picks up. No first round picks. First round could kiss my rear end. I want round 2 selections. 2, not round 1, round 2. And it's really pissing me off. It's like, I'm a desktop friendly person. Make this friendly for desktop people. Because we're better than the rest of the mobile friendly world. We're better. Yeah. Write code. We innovate. We just bring more to the table. So we are better. Okay, NBA, come on. Load. Load, 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 load. I've got 54 minutes. I'm not even going to get to finish the Google Hangout. Which is bullshit, but yeah. I don't want. I don't want the fucking Lakers picks. I know what the fucking Lakers did. I'm happy about it. I want the actual draft board for round 2, NBA.com. So stop defaulting to round 1 and give me round 2. I was number 1 this year, so I should get first dibs, first crack. Okay, load, please. God damn it! I want round 2. I want the picks up now, not later, now. Fucking damn it. I want round 2. 2. Fucking cocksucker. This computer is being an asshole. I've been waiting since 1 a.m. to read off the trade rights to NBA.com, and this fucking horse shit occurs. It is horse shit. I'm sorry if that offends people, but the truth hurts. I don't give a fuck about the first round because I have all the picks up on our site. I want the second round data, and the NBA needs to adapt to me, not what the casual fan wants, to what I need. Hey, I'm still on a fucking hangout. I don't want the Lakers picks. Damn it. I know what the fucking Lakers did. I watched the draft, and I know what they fucking did. Okay? Stop redirecting me to the fucking Lakers picks, NBA. I want round 2, not round 1. Round 2, I want it now. You're being a bigger asshole. I don't care if the page is responsive. Again, I want round 2 data, and I want it now. Not later, right the fuck now. You better fucking load, NBA. You better fucking load. Yeah, you're gonna load. You're gonna do what I fucking tell you. No. Top of the page, dumbass. We're not clicking on any fucking teams. You're gonna do what I fucking tell you. I'm pissed. It's like, this is enough. I can live with being behind in the first round picks. I can't live with this. I can't live with this. Okay, Jordan Bell is a power forward. He's not a center, and you better not redirect me to the fucking Celtics board, NBA, but knowing how fucking retarded you are, you probably will. You probably will. Okay, so the Golden State Warriors took Jordan Bell, a power forward out of Oregon. NBA.com says center, but NBA.com is wrong. Just like they are wrong to keep our fucking company is more important than anything. We're going to be assholes about that. You're going to pay me. I'm better than you. I don't think you understand that. Golden State traded for 38 from Sacramento. That's the pick they acquired. I just hate how laggy this fucking computer is being. Whoa! Okay, we've got 2 years. Number 1 or number 2 pick. Okay, you're gonna load and you're gonna do what I say, you NBA motherfucker. When someone's better than you, you do what they say. It's 119. We've only got 38 picks and write-ups done. That does irritate me. I don't want you to scroll all the way down to 52 or 53. Juwan Evans out of Oklahoma State is number 39. Oh, yeah. Number 40 was the Charlotte Hornets selection. I know tomorrow night will not be as stressful. Most like, yeah. I probably won't get my NBA draft grades until tomorrow. Maybe we'll do like an early draft special at 5 where we'll recap round 2 grades. The way how laggy this computer is being, maybe we do a special tomorrow recapping the round 2 grades as well as previewing the NHL entry draft. I'm not happy by how laggy this is on draft night. I'm happy that the picks are coming up in time. But at the same time, it's like the picks by the suit. Charlotte Hornets. I have Bacon listed as a shooting guard. I don't remember if I have Dwayne Bacon listed as a shooting guard or a small forward. I would just like to double check that really quickly here. God. So the Charlotte Hornets are going to get Dwayne Bacon here. I know, we still have about 30 minutes to go. Once we get to that pick, I will reload the page. It can pick up. I'll reload the page on our Google Hangout, and people will be able to see picks 31 through 40 on the ticker. And then I think at that point, we really do need to consider like getting some of the picks up. Like at some point, we have to look through and find out what picks were traded, what picks were conditional picks. So that's all going to be handled. I know the Lakers took. I don't care if it's responsive or not. Yeah, so it's 132. So we actually are reloading some of the NBA page. And we're going to try to get the number 41 pick for Atlanta up. The Lakers pick, Tyler Dorsey, they kept that pick. The Lakers got the 42nd pick, so all right, so the Lakers, they took Thomas Bryant at 42. And the Hawks took Tyler Dorsey at 41, I believe. Yep. So I don't care how dizzy my head is or if I get a seizure. I don't care about that. I'm that committed to this, so. But yeah, Tyler Dorsey out of Oregon goes 41. The Lakers, they kept their pick. Guris went to the Rockets at 40. We don't care if the page is responsive. Again, we're going to load. You're going to do what I say. 41 was the Hawks pick. So all 60 picks here. It's good that we do have the round 2 draft order up. See, the Pelicans, they did get that 33rd pick. We don't have the grades up, but we do have some of the picks on the ticker updated. It's 136. So we'll see if we get any grades up. We probably won't at this rate, but we're hoping we will get that chance to get some grades up. The Lakers, they got so the Lakers from the Pistons. So Thomas Bryant out of Indiana went to the Lakers at 42. We've got 20 minutes on Google Hangout, and then we will have to call it a night. But we're hoping we can at least get through the tedious part of the grind of the mock draft. We're hoping we'll get through the tedious part, because I believe the Memphis Grizzlies did trade for the pick at 45. So the Memphis Grizzlies, they get Ivan Rabb, and then you get Dylan Brooks. You get 2 first-round picks, and there's 2 P's in goddamn Memphis. Ugh. There's 2 fucking P's in Memphis. I'm pissed about that. We'll probably reload the draft results page for round 2 then and fix that. Load. I don't care how annoying that is. I'm not somebody that seeks validation. I seek the best results. Validation and getting approval from peers is irrelevant to me. Pain in the ass. That is why I am such a pain in the ass sometimes. But let's get back to the 43, the Rockets from Denver. This pick was used on Zalgiris, who I mocked to the Toronto Raptors at number 23. Goes 20 picks later in the second round. I really do like the pick, though. So, all right, Houston. And once we get the first 45 picks up, we'll load the NBA draft results page so people can see the picks, read them, figure out what they liked and disliked about each pick. Because we know the Knicks took a player, and then Rockets at 45 is a little bit of a frustrating situation. But can't really get grades up. We're halfway through with the ticker. And we have 17 minutes left on this Google Hangout. About exactly 17 minutes. So, yeah. So we're on pick 45. It's 1:45 a.m. We're definitely not going to get to the grades tonight. I'm hoping we can get to we need to just look over what trade scenarios have occurred. What scenarios did a team trade a pick to? Let's just worry about that right now. We only have a few minutes left in the call here. A few minutes left in the Google Hangout. Let's get to 45, and then let's go over the trade scenarios. I believe Memphis got Dylan Brooks here at 45, but I'll double check. I believe Memphis did trade for Dylan Brooks at 45. Let's just go over the picks where we know there was a trade involved. Okay, Dylan Brooks was traded to Memphis. Milwaukee's pick at 48 was traded to the Clippers, so those two picks were traded. But the Dylan Brooks, Memphis getting Dylan Brooks, don't even care that I'm having trouble seeing at this point. I want to at least get the top half of this updated so people can see the picks for 45, and then we'll look at the teams that traded that. How laggy this computer is, I'm not sure that's even a possibility at this point, but that is what we'll try to do. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. Okay, so we'll have 9 minutes to reload the page. All right, so that is picks 1 through 45. My computer's really slow. Probably be done if I had found the tissues a lot quicker, but damn it, fucking tissues. All right. Yeah, this ad just doesn't, this little tiny square ad, I don't like it. So, yeah. 6 minutes to go. We'll fix that. We'll update that. And we only have the first 45 picks up. We don't really have anything else up on the home page at this point. We got the Dylan Brooks pick, but this computer is so laggy, it's not even funny. So let's get an ad that doesn't completely suck, and then we'll get the remaining picks up. Once we get that updated, we'll spend the final 6 minutes trying to figure out what teams. Atlanta kept number 60. Fuck. Load, load, load. So the Spurs got 59, the Knicks got 58. Nothing really changed with those picks. So pretty much everything, I believe 52 and 48 were the only picks that involved teams trading the rights to picks. 52 where the Pelicans were supposed to pick. So the Clippers got 48 and the Pacers got 52. And then that's it. So now that we know that, that'll make our job easier. But yeah, I don't know if I put 1P or 2P. It kind of felt like I only put 1P in Clippers, but I'm hoping I put both Ps for Clippers. And then we save that, and then we get pick 52. The Indiana flipping Pacers, they got the 52nd pick from the Washington Wizards, I believe, who initially had this pick, but traded it. It's hard to tell at this point, but thank you so much for tuning in. We will get the picks up. I will make that my sworn life mission to get these picks up, these grades up, before I go the fuck to sleep. I don't care what happens. It's going to happen.